Hello Patriots, I'm at Restored Republic via a GCR update compiled by Judy Byington. You are witnessing the greatest transfer of wealth the world has ever known, global military alliance movement in the history of the world, rescue of tortured children the world has ever seen, all for the purpose of eliminating Satan-worshipping deep state players who planned to rule the world and eliminate you in the process. Trust the plan. U.S. government closed, as would other nations' governments, which meant Trump was activating martial law worldwide, which meant Trump was forming a restored republic that would abide by concepts of the original Constitution and encouraging other nations to do the same, which meant having free and fair elections that in the U.S. were expected by July 4th, 2026, which meant forming a global gold asset-backed economy. So on Saturday, May 2nd, 2026, all banks worldwide were scheduled to switch from the deep state cabal's fiat currency SWIFT system to the gold asset-backed quantum financial system, which would take away the cabal's stolen money supply, which would take down the deep state cabal, which meant Trump could and would give the people's monies back to the people. We would be free from debt. President Trump secretly signed an executive order declaring the nation to be under martial law. The purpose was to create a fake Biden presidency to expose globalist crime and corruption on a massive scale. Trump actually won the 2020 election by an over 80% margin, according to a military count of official watermarked ballots that traced which votes were valid or not. Before Trump left office in 2021, he not only had extensive proof of 2020 election fraud, but as Commander-in-Chief of the U.S. military and global military alliance, he had gathered thousands of indictments ruled upon by grand juries in various states against global and political elites, mainly charged with treason, pedophilia, and human trafficking. Trump has begun making mass arrests of those elites, including 80% of Congress. In December 2020, with the nation under martial law, Biden was arrested, charged, convicted in a military tribunal, and executed for sedition and treason. Biden's so-called presidential inauguration was actually his funeral that was partially filmed on a Hollywood movie set and in a fake White House built for the purpose. Now, with most of Congress already arrested and facing tribunals, that movie, played by actors and clones for 6 years since 2020, was coming to an end. Soon, an emergency broadcast system will introduce all including martial law to the public until fair and transparent elections can be held. The EBS will also ask the public to stay in place of their choice for 3 days of darkness when planned cyber attacks will decimate satanic sites around the world. Planes and trains will be grounded across the globe. Communications will be cut, TV, radio, and the internet down. Cell phones only work for 911 calls or with a special app the military will hand out to the public. A partial worldwide lockdown will continue for 10 days, where a single website and web channel will broadcast disclosure of events 8 hours a day in a loop. In the middle of it all, on Saturday, May 2nd, 2026, the worldwide gold asset-backed quantum financial system will replace the deep state cabal's fiat currency SWIFT system. President Trump has arranged for citizens worldwide to be reimbursed monies taken by the cabal. Be prepared for a worldwide lockdown with food, essentials, and cash for 10 to 12 days as banks will be closed, plus credit, debit cards, and ATMs won't work. EBS blackout, martial law lockdowns. Sunday, April 26th, there's going to be a big biblical scenario where they make out it's World War III, but really they are activating militaries, then bombing all of these satanic landmarks, enacting Jassar's funds, and We the People rebuild. White hats alive. The event, it is biblical. 34 satanic buildings and dams will fall. Rods of God do. What are some of the very big satanic Illuminati landmarks in the world? Q showed us them. Vatican, Buckingham Palace, White House times 2, USA and Germany. Three Gorgeous Dam in China. CERN on the Swiss-French border. Possible. Big Pharma in Wuhan. equals Israel. Worldwide, planes and trains grounded, lights, power switched off briefly while changing over to Tesla-free energy. Bitcoin servers, data centers hit and turned off for good. 99.5% of crypto gone. China coins. Enter ISO 20022 coins backed by precious metals. World War III scare event. Nuke sirens. Water event. Stock market crash. Global martial law. Castle Rock scenario. Julian Assange. Quantum systems. Project Odin switched on. Nisara Jasara RV. Election flipping via military courts. FISA. Military tribunals. Confessions. 10-day movies. 3 8-hour sessions. 10 countries will be running EBS to cover the whole world. Israel Khazarians control CCP, the media, etc. The Israeli Mossad control the world's media. Out of the U.S., Project Odin, as mentioned by Rod CodeMonkey Z, is a powerful anti-deplatforming tool. Project Odin is part of Quantum Starlink. Our new quantum systems are to be protected by secret space programs out of the cabal's reach. Q2337 tells you Mossad media assets will be removed. Think people like Alex Jones, Anderson Cooper, etc., and also Mossad satellites. Israeli intelligence stand down. Media assets will be removed. This part of 2527 tells you that something powerful is going to knock out Mossad media satellites. This will black out the media worldwide. Switch us over to the quantum systems. This is Project Odin. All in all, give the reason to activate the military EBS. If you look up the Turksat rocket that launched from the USA in January, you will see it was specifically for military comms to people's TVs and radios in Africa, Middle East, Europe, and Central Asia. The event has many facets to it. The worldwide blackout to change over to Tesla energy, knocking out media satellites, QFS, rods of God on dams in 34 buildings, and much, much more. 34 buildings will be in the event. They are very significant, i.e. White House, Royal Castle, Buckingham Palace, Vatican, Getty Museum, Playboy Mansion, and the like. This will surely make the stock market collapse, as will precision cyber linked to Executive Orders 13818 and 13848. It is all a show. Swapping from Rothschild central bank notes to rainbow treasury notes, now backed by precious metals. Are we still comfy? Or are we scared? A little bit of both is normal. Trump keeps his promises. Have faith in the Lord our God. He will comfort you through the storm. Who saw in January up to 10 countries at once have their power all turned off by the Space Force? Just before that, Israel had that happen for 30 minutes too. This is a few years ago, by the way. If they can turn 10 at once off altogether, they can do to the whole lot. Welcome to Tesla. Blackout necessary. Have a look at all the global military exercises now being put in place. It's all happening in front of you. It's the largest global military operation in planet Earth's history. Transition to Jasara greatness. Now they just have to play out a fake World War III scenario to ring sirens in every national military command center. This is to justify to the entire world many things that have been taking place already. The fact that Jasara military law has been in place, the secret military tribunals, confessions, etc., the executions, the lot, and like all militaries normally do, they will help build new things. Saturday, April 25th, the global EBS announcement will come with 7 trumpets, sounding on our cell phones worldwide, quantum connected on Telegram. President Trump will give out 7 messages on our cell phones, instructing us to tune in to our TVs to the Emergency Broadcast System, EBS. The White House next step was MARS, Military Auxiliary Radio System. Starlink will have total dominance. Cabal backdoors eliminated. All screens, all channels around the world will carry out broadcasts in all major languages. The EBS will give out 7 messages from President Trump and urge us to tune into our TVs, radio, and internet, where full disclosure will be shown in sequenced 8-hour documentaries 3 times a day for 10 days to awaken the masses. Temporary global lockdown window is being prepared to secure the broadcast phase. 10 days of darkness window will open with the communications blackout to install secure systems. During that 10 days, the internet and ATMs will not work. Banks will be closed. All TV and radio programming will be taken over worldwide by Global Military Alliance broadcasts. Phones will only work for 911 calls worldwide, but we can obtain a signal app from the military, which will secure the phones for regular use through the new Starlink satellite system and quantum computer. During this period, the truth will be delivered without interruption. Election fraud proof, child trafficking exposures, bioweapon crimes, Fort Knox audit bombshells. Saturday, April 25th, the White Hats versus Deep State inside the White Hat versus Deep State war was a very important battle for the next internet. Both the Deep State and the White Hats plan to kill the current internet. Ezra Cohen on Telegram. The Deep State's internet would be digitalized with internet passports. Those passports would only be those who cooperate with their rules, standards, and regulations of the cabal's online banking system. The Deep State has a plan to control the world through their own internet, where they have control over all people through banking and social networks. This new internet they wanted to launch was called the Great Reset, or Restarting the Internet. And by the way, there's a book that Klaus Schwab from the World Economic Forum and the Cabal, he wrote called The Great Reset, which explains it all. The White Hat's internet, which was ready to be immediately released by Tim Berners-Lee, has the most advanced security and unbreakable encrypted system ever created to serve mankind. It has AI systems that identify online pedophilia, human trafficking networks, and world money laundering systems. Incubated in the new internet's many features was its purpose of saving the world from its present corrupt status. It contained an advanced AI that eradicates homelessness and third world poverty. It's designed to end all wars, given generational healing through high technology that uses advanced systems connected to Tesla. Global currency reset. Saturday, May 2nd, all banks across the globe would shift from the cabal's fiat currency SWIFT system to the new gold asset-backed quantum financial system. Thursday, April 23rd, 2026, Bruce the Big Call. Notifications for Tier 4B to receive exchange appointments could happen over the weekend, with exchanges starting by Tuesday, April 28th. Sunday, April 26th, Trump flipped the switch for Saturday, May 2nd activation of worldwide quantum financial system, confirmed from Cheyenne Mountain. Web 3.0 ISO 20022. The Quantum Digital Asset Initiative is live. Trump has approved the first ever QFS crypto, a gold-backed digital currency under military oversight. Tier 4B wallets are now in active sync mode. Test transfers began across Zurich, Dubai, Singapore, and Texas under Project Delta Phoenix. The old financial system is bleeding out. The era of fiat currency ends. SWIFT is dying. The future is quantum. On Saturday, May 2nd, all banks will shift to the QFS grid under Activation 0. Every transaction will be gold-backed, traceless, and outside cabal control. Wall Street is panicking. The media is silent. Monday, April 26th will be remembered as the day the Matrix broke, not because everything changed instantly, but because the illusion finally collapsed. Nasara Jassara connected on Telegram. The lies about debt, about money, about your worth, they have built an empire on those fictions. Nasara Jassara is not a theory anymore. It's structure, it's tech, it's law, and it's about to become visible. On Monday, you'll see encrypted alerts tied to your national ID or phone signature. First wave biometric wallet logins open across verified nations. Partial debt reconciliations appearing as system recalculations. Global emergency communication drills disguised as public safety tests. Friday, April 24th, attention, crucial announcement. Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. The Tier 4B Internet Group is officially active. This is the beginning of a new era. The revolutionary ideas and the concept of Nasara are taking the final form of execution and implementation. It is our great honor to announce the launch of the Tier 4B Internet Group. Sunday, April 26, QFS is set to become fully operational with intense military operations against Satan-worshipping elites. Monday, April 27th should be a go for Tier 4B, according to a high-up source. It was rumored that the Chinese elders who were backing the global currency reset with their gold had bought all the cabal's central banks across the world. Those banks had long been bankrupt and running on fiat monies that their leader, U.S. Inc., printed at their convenience. Those international banks were now merging with the QFS and taking a different role. They would no longer have access to individual bank accounts. All banks were converting to XRP Ripple digital gold asset-backed currency.
The U.S. has been lying about its gold for 50 years. Mr. Poole on Telegram. They opened the vault. For the first time since 1974. Someone walked into Fort Knox and looked. What they found will collapse the system. Only 17% of the gold meets international purity standards. The rest? Low-grade ingots. Impure bars. Metal that no central bank on earth would accept. They told you 4,580 metric tons sat in that vault. Worth over $400 billion. The backbone of the dollar. It was a lie. Trump knew. Musk knew. That's why they pushed the audit. Not to check the books. To expose the fraud. And now the dominoes are falling. Germany. Withdrawing its gold from U.S. vaults. Saudi Arabia. Withdrawing. France. Withdrawing. They're pulling their reserves out of America. Because they know what the audit found. The vault is empty. The dollar is naked. Now ask yourself, who built this system? 1913. Jekyll Island. 7 men. 1 secret meeting. They created the Federal Reserve, a private bank that prints America's money and charges interest on every dollar. Not government-owned. Not audited. Private. For 113 years, they printed. They inflated. They enslaved every American with debt designed to never be repaid. And no president dared touch them. Kennedy tried. Executive Order 11,110. He authorized the Treasury to print silver-backed currency, bypassing the Fed. 5 months later, he was dead. No president signed a similar order since. Until now. Gold Honer just hit $5,589, all-time record. J.P. Morgan projects $6,300 by December. The smart money isn't buying stocks. It's buying metal. They know what's coming. BRICS just launched BRICS Pay, bypassing SWIFT entirely. Russia, China, India, Brazil, Saudi Arabia, all move into gold-backed trade. The dollar's share of global reserves, 57%, the lowest in recorded history. The old system is dying, because what replaces it changes everything. QFS. Quantum financial system. Asset-backed. Unhackable. Traceable. No more printing. No more inflation. No more invisible debt. They told you it was a conspiracy theory. They told you the same about the gold being gone. Both were true. The Fed is cornered. The vaults are exposed. The world is pulling its gold. A new system is being built right now, where they tell you everything is fine. It's not fine. It's over. The 130-year reign of the Federal Reserve is ending, and the man who ended it survived everything they threw at him.
Saturday, April 25th, Charlie Ward. We're about to see the biggest crash in history. You'll never ever see another crash like this. Charlie Ward and friends on Telegram. It's like being on a plane and all of the engines fail. All of the banking system is failing right now in plain sight. All of it. And the plane, without any engines, will crash. Why can't we just repair it? Like an aerospace engineer hopping out the window at 30,000 feet. It doesn't work like that. We're going to crash, and the crash is not going to be nice. It's down to each and every one of you to brace yourself, prepare yourself. The world's financial system, the mainstream media, the government, they're all going to crash. My job is to guide you through the crash so that when we land, you don't lose all of your possessions. What we think we know as of Monday, April 27th, 2026. Saturday, April 25th, Fox News. U.S. military crushing the Iran blockade. The United States is enforcing total dominance. 34 ships have turned around and complied with the blockade. The massive 965-foot container ship, Tuska, tried to breach it after ignoring hours of warnings and 5 warning shots. The U.S. Navy fired disabling shots into its engine room, deadened the ship, and U.S. Marines boarded and seized it by helicopter. Meanwhile, in the Indian Ocean, U.S. forces seized the massive Iranian oil tanker Tiffany, 2 million barrel capacity. Another large tanker, Majestic X, was also interdicted. The blockade is airtight. Nothing in, nothing out. America controls the seas. Trump's maximum pressure campaign is working. The regime is being strangled. No games, no weakness. Saturday, April 25th, 2026. Raw milk wasn't banned for your health. It was targeted by the Rockefellers in the 1900s to crush small dairy farms and boost their dairy empire profits. Power, not safety. Pasteurized the industry. White Hats on Telegram. Sunday, April 26, California election fraud. Chad Bianco says whenever there is an investigation into any type of election fraud in California, Democrats block the investigation. We're never going to know if our elections are secure because when law enforcement does legitimate investigations into the allegations, it's stopped by our current Democrat one-party rule in California, particularly our embarrassment of an attorney general. Californians are sick of voter fraud. They're sick of politics, and they believe there's voter fraud. But when we try to fix it, it is stopped. Great Awakening, now on Telegram. Sunday, April 26, breaking update. Another assassination attempt on President Donald Trump. New details just revealed, Gazette Teller. A deep state gunman breached the Washington Hilton Ballroom checkpoint on April 25, 2026, and opened fire on Secret Service agents protecting President Donald Trump at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. On Saturday evening, April 25th, Cole Thomas Allen, a 31-year-old teacher and video game developer from Torrance, California, walked straight up to the metal detector outside the main ballroom of D.C.'s Hilton Hotel, packed with Trump, First Lady Melania Trump, Vice President J.D. Vance, the full cabinet, and every major regime media figure. He carried a shotgun, a handgun, and multiple knives. All of those cabinet people should not have been in the same building. It's the vice president is supposed to always be kept separate from the president. Just very odd that was happening. He raised the shotgun and started blasting at point-blank range. One Secret Service agent took a direct hit to the chest, but the vest stopped the round and kept him alive. Allen kept firing until agents tackled him to the ground and cuffed him alive. Allen arrived on foot carrying a backpack. He cleared initial outer screening, then hit the inner checkpoint right as Trump began remarks inside. Surveillance feeds caught him adjusting the shotgun under his jacket. No one stopped him. Senior Department of Homeland Security holdovers had overruled requests for full magnetometer coverage on every single entrance and limited the counter-assault footprint to avoid bad optics at a black-tie press event. Radio traffic between local D.C. police and federal agents shows warnings about a suspicious male with a heavy bag that got ignored in the command post. The exact same communications blackout that happened in Butler and at the Florida golf course. This was a stand down executed by the same bureaucracy Trump is purging right now. Allen did not act alone. He had encrypted apps on his phone, pinging overseas servers, and prior travel to known deep state adjacent activist hubs. His social media history shows nonstop hatred for Trump's mass deportation efforts and tariff walls. He posted about stopping the dictator weeks before the dinner. He also had an IDF sweatshirt. There's some connections to Israel. Yeah. Federal agents seized everything within minutes, yet the same agencies that leak anti-Trump dirt every day suddenly claim they need months to analyze it. This is the third deep state attempt since Trump took office in January 2025. Butler in 2024, the golf course 2 months later, and now the Hilton. And how did he get into that Hilton? How did he know to be there? And there's just a lot of strange coincidences there. Each time the security plan came from the identical chain of command, still riddled with Obama-Biden holdovers who answer to the permanent intelligence apparatus. I'm guessing, I don't know, maybe Israel? Maybe false flag from Israel? I don't know. I guess we'll wait and see. Saturday, April 25th update. Alcatraz becomes the new Gitmo. Military prepares island. Prison plans revealed. Project Odin, martial law, and telegram. Military teams are preparing to move on to Alcatraz Island in the coming weeks to transform the old prison into a high-security detention center. This establishes the new Gitmo on American soil. President Trump signed the order funding the full project from construction to operation. Cell blocks will hold up to 500 people with thick reinforced concrete, electronic locks, cameras everywhere, and biometric scanners on doors. Isolation units with separate air and sound controls target globally lead to destroyed American jobs, opened borders, and push damaging policies on citizens. Military tribunal rooms in the main building will host judges for treason, election interference, and economic sabotage cases. Advanced security ensures fast proceedings under Pentagon rules away from civilian courts. The island features top security, including razor wire fences with sensors, nonstop Coast Guard boat patrols, and drones monitoring miles of airspace. Only authorized military enter, while the bay location prevents escapes and rescues by elite protectors. Funding begins with $152 million redirected from foreign aid and wasteful spending. This uses taxpayer dollars to lock up those responsible for higher energy bills, factory closures, and community crime. Upcoming arrests target elites from finance, tech, and politics who backed open borders and offshore jobs. They arrive guarded at Alcatraz for asset seizure, with proceeds returning to Americans, breaking deep state power. Work starts clearing tourist buildings, fixing structures, and adding wings, self-sufficient power generators and water systems, plus medical areas keep it independent. Initial cells open soon with tribunals following. The project dismantles the two-tier justice system that shielded rich globalist families hurt by bad policies now see accountability as border areas gain safety from the strong deterrent. Federal authority pushes the timeline forward without delays. It integrates with America First priorities like secure borders and domestic energy. Military equipment loads as teams train, and funding flows steadily. The elites confront the end of impunity. Trump has delivered. With Alcatraz as the new Gitmo, those trying to break America will face justice within its walls as the republic prevails. And I'm assuming they're keeping Gitmo as well.
To get the scoop on what the hell's going on. And Kash Patel, is he going to resign? Is he stepping down? Is that all just psychological warfare? Look weak where you're really strong. What the hell's going on here, Juanito?
You give me a whole bunch of stuff all at the same time. First thing, they're going to do a news conference there at the White House in just a couple of minutes. And so that, because the correspondents are there at the correspondents' dinner, they can't get anything out because the Secret Service blocked all communications.
Let me play some of this so everyone can see. You can hear the gunshots, Juanito. I don't know if you heard that.
Yep.
That sounded like a high-powered rifle?
Well, you have to remember you're in a stairwell. It happened in a stairwell, and but he was wearing a vest that hit him in the vest. So
say that again, Juanito. Sorry, I was playing the video. Say that again.
Well, there was a Secret Service agent. It was in a stairwell, and the Secret Service agent got shot, but it was in his vest. and so he's going to be just fine. Going to have a big bruise, and according to what I've been told, and so now you have a crime scene, but it's also Trump was ready to continue on with the thing, but the protocols are in this kind of a situation, you don't just pick up and go. This is now a crime scene. So Trump has said he's going to reschedule this dinner with the correspondents in the next month so that they will still get to do what they were there to do, but which is appropriate. Don't leave it on a sour
So
note.
you're telling, because I heard he's in custody.
Yeah, he's in. That's my information. Yeah.
Okay, so I heard wrong. I mean, it's confusing, but you said it that he's dead. So let's play some more of this. Look, there's a lot of confusion. Isn't it crazy how people react? Like they're still sitting there, like, what's going on? Just looking around. Pretty wild, man. So, so he's safe, but could we chalk this up as to another assassination attempt, Juanito?
Well, they were there on a mission. And certainly, if they show up with a gun, the president's present. You can imagine where they were going. So, the question is, how did they get in there? And by the way, this is the exact same location where President Reagan was shot. 50 years ago, 45 years ago. So, there's an interesting aspect to that too. But I'm sure people will draw all sorts of, lines and squiggles and correlations and all that. Might very well be something to it, but I haven't heard anything yet. I'm just noting that that's where Reagan was shot out in front of that building.
This is so. Okay, so I mean, this is getting crazy. Is this because we're getting so close to the arrests?
Well, certainly, within something else that I have going, one of the things that when Trump won't be here, by next year. And so
wait. Sorry. That you broke up. You broke up at a very important. What did you just say? Trump's not going to be here by next year?
Well, certainly, certain bad guys within what we're doing have been absolutely adamant in certain recordings to say that Trump won't be here in a year, so this is all going to be moot, and they're going to be able to do what they want to do. And so everybody just relax and sit tight within these black hat locations. Well, they think that somehow, some way, they're going to get Trump. This is far from over. That's why I say, prayer required. All the best laid plans of mice and men. Had they gotten Trump a year and a half ago there in Buffalo, looked like, and if through some crazy set of circumstances these guys were able to get to Trump even now, what would the world look like? Doesn't mean it would stop what's happening right now. Much of it would continue under a different circumstance, but and the president has certainly made accommodations so that nothing's going to stop what's coming. But with that in mind, it would not be a nice thing. Just imagine what the world would be like hours from now, days from now, months from now. How would you finish the work that we're doing against these globalist financial, trolls and monsters. The stuff in the Mideast, China, Venezuela, all these other things, where the only person able or willing to exercise these authorities is, in fact, President Trump. They've never been done this way before. And then those people that are speaking against him and trolling against him, they are trying to portray these conflicts, these locations, in yesterday's scenarios. Trump's not fighting this war in the way that they expected it. So you even have generals that are, on all these news channels. And some of the stuff they say, honestly, is the most dumbass shit you've ever heard. It just, it's stupid talk. Trump is fighting a war using other means. And it's not the war even with Iran or Venezuela or Cuba to come. It's with the people that are actually managing those locations. Much higher levels. This global east of these royalists, these Davos crowd and Club of Rome. And he's cutting off their money supply, their troll fees, even the situation in Iran. The bigger game that's being fought there, people will do ISIS and everything else. Are you kidding me? He's cutting off the flow of funds, just like Reagan. He brought the price of oil down to the ground so that Russia couldn't get money for the oil they were sending, and they could only sell arms. He defeated them so many different ways before we finally got to the ruble in the second half of the 80s. Trump is cutting off the money flow to these globalista operations that is hidden within mining, the stuff out of Central Africa, the Congo precisely, the oil and gas out of the Mideast and out of Venezuela.
Juan, it's showing. I think the guy's alive, because I think right here they're showing the guy arrested or detained in this video. I don't know if you can see it. He's there on the ground.
I won't argue if it's easy to, in the fog of everything, to get something different. So I would hope that he's alive, because then we would learn what's going on, what happened, how he got
Why
there.
would he fire at the stairwell? That's kind of shots wasted, no?
Well, there may have been a Secret Service agent there in his way, and nobody said these shooters are super intelligent. They're just opportunistic, and who knows if he's not somebody's programmed individual to go do this. So logic doesn't necessarily apply in these things. So I hope he's alive. I hope that's exactly true.
What about reports of Kash Patel, stepping down? Lots going on in there. What can we say about that?
Well, let's say it this way. It's easy to get something wrong. There might be some inside piece of information, even like, okay, well, it's early, and there may be, some aspect of this that gets said wrong, but certainly nothing that I'm aware of or any of the people around me are aware of would be an indication that Kash is going anywhere. These stories and the articles against Kash are designed to undermine his ability to function. But, we're getting ready to do very serious things within these arrests, on the way to prosecutions. And he's not slowing down in what he's doing in prepping. So the president hasn't shown any displeasure with Kash, and I don't think it's there. I think that's some hopeful dreaming on the part of people that want to undermine the president, undermine the staff around him, try to create something where there's nothing there. Cash is doing exactly the job that the president wants at this point in time. So we'll see. We'll see. I don't have anything from my end that is saying anything towards that kind of a thing with Cash. I don't believe it. But there may be something I'm not aware of. So.
For sure, the deep state war is escalating, right, Juanito? I mean, this is getting pretty damn hot and heavy.
Well,
wasn't there a bus explosion or a
yes,
explosion outside the White House just the other day, and that 25 people injured in that one?
Yeah. And by the way, fog of war and all that sort of thing. This is probably very likely going to increase. Look, we could have all sorts of drama. Why? Because when you get to the point where you're about to arrest some of these very high officials, probably starting with Brennan. Now, I think it's after the 4th of July and probably that week or so after the 4th of July before Brennan gets arrested, because they're reformatting the stuff going to the grand jury in Florida and pulling in some of the Russia stuff. One of the things that is out there is that the cadence, the flow over at the FBI and at the Justice Department has radically shifted since Pam Bondi stepped down and was moved somewhere else. Even people that were not at all happy with Todd Blanche, who's operating director for the moment, they've said, gosh, he keeps it up, I might actually start liking him again. So he has done things that were not anticipated or expected in a favorable way, moving forward these investigations that will lead to arrests. And so the president's happy enough with that. We'll see what happens. Peter Tickton wants that job as, the Attorney General. Lobbied hard for it. Actually put in his application all of the necessary paperwork several weeks before Pam Bondi stepped down. So, there was indication something was up. And I will say this, moving forward, I said it at the very beginning. I wasn't of the opinion that Bondi was going to last. She was an interim appointment as far as I was concerned, only because she was possible to get past Congress to get them to approve the appointment. The other ones that President Trump would have liked, Congress was never going to approve them. It got us to this point in the game. I put Cash in a similar vein. There was crucial stuff which Cash just didn't have any knowledge of. He wrote the book on some stuff related to FBI and investigations and the deep state's attempts to go after President Trump. But there was a lot of critical stuff that he just was totally unaware of that befuddled me that you could even be considered for the job and not be aware of what was going on. So I was never, just besmoded by Cash as FBI director, and I think there's still.
I mean, you've always kind of voiced to me that you're not really impressed with them. I mean, that's just the impression.
Yeah, that's an accurate statement, but that doesn't mean that President Trump's ready to let him go or he's ready to step down. And certainly people stating those kind of opinions based on what? This smoke and mirrors that's in the media, are they going to get their way anytime they want to attack somebody in a position by a presidential appointment or working for the president, that they can take him out just by doing some, smutty campaign against him? No. And the president doesn't want them to be able to do that. Let them, let them roll around in their piss and shit for a while, being the assholes they are. And I would say, if anything, it reinforces that the president doesn't want to do anything at all with Cash. So again, the investigations are moving forward. They're picking up pace. Everybody in the right places watching this is saying, no, it has changed. The atmosphere has changed. Things are now moving that weren't moving since Pam Bondi left. So I don't think there's any threat to cash. Even this bullshit talk, I don't think it's a threat to cash at this point in time because it's not, like him being drunk and unable to function, all that. Okay, where's your witness? It's all done as, underhanded, so and so said so and so said so and so knows something. Bullshit. They don't know shit.
But Trump's okay. Everyone's fine. Do you think so he's going to have this dinner over again? I mean, that's the type of character Trump has. That's the type of character Trump has, is that he does not back down from these people. Almost, I think that could be to his detriment.
I don't think so. It's his brand, and he's someone who, the harder you push, the harder he gets. Not just pushes back, it's the harder he gets. Every time he survives or wins, the bar they have to go over to get him from this Davos royalist Club of Rome, New World Order crowd, the more invincible he becomes, because he's being work hardened, battle tested, and they can't seem to get a toehold that works for him. And the part that I think it's important for this audience to remember, but against principalities and powers of darkness in high places.
Yeah, well, now it says Juanito. Now it says dead. So I don't know what the hell's going on here. I mean, I'm obviously going to go with what you're. Yeah, I mean,
I think my sources were pretty good.
I think yours are. Yeah.
So I think the person that you saw getting picked up and helped move was the Secret Service agent who had the shot that hit his vest.
Wow. Okay.
So,
well, let me get this up, Juanito. Anything else?
Even with all the drama, that's happening around us, and everybody, we're in this yo-yo thing, up and down and left and right and everything else. Deep breaths.
Till the next time.
Well, but there's a God component to this. And even what President Trump's doing, the part that's not understood out into the public in mass right now, and that all these know-it-all people keeps talking about, like Trump's doing the dumbest things in the world with these locations like Venezuela and Iran and Cuba to come. The reality is he's eliminating those things that can be used to pull our attention away as the arrest begins.
So I've been saying, that's what I've been saying for the longest time. He's neutralizing threats.
Well, and then the other thing, Nino, is, and it's important for us to kind of be in this conversation. Jobs, big industry is restarting plants, mining, high technology here in the country. These aren't just service jobs. They aren't just financial paper trading jobs. These are the kind of things that put young kids to work and make it possible for them to marry their favorite girl and start having a family. And we're going to get the stuff sorted out so they can actually own their own property and house and not have any property taxes owed when they're doing it. They're going to have a future. They're going to have something beautiful to look forward to. We want the young people to not be able to be pulled off point, even like with the events that just happened. God's got his hand on this. And then even the things, like the moon launch, we're going to do things that are amazing. I did the coin over there at allpatriots@gumroad.com. It's the only place it's at. JFK to DJT, picking up where we left off. We're going to go back and do amazing things and pick up where my generation had our future and knocked down by these globalista. And we just been going in circles. And we're going to pick up and do amazing things again, reindustrialize America, go into space, go further out into space, create a moon base, create a colony on Mars. And it won't be 1,000 years from now. Things like that are going to happen in the next 10 years. We start at the moon in the next 5. Permanently occupied within the next 10 and built out, not just a space station out there, but an actual moon base and transiting back and forth, things we dreamed about all the way back into the late 1968, 2001: A Space Odyssey, and things like this is about the future. Hope there's a future worth living for and going to. And the people that want to steal that still from us
Juanita,
and put us in a mask and bind us down and take all your money is just bullshit. We're going to do something beautiful. Trump's leading the way.
Good to be back with you.
Yeah, absolutely. So there's so much going on right now. I know you really understand the minutia behind the operation of Trump, which a lot of people just don't get it, right? A lot of people don't understand it. We get it. You know, you're seeing podcasters right now, like really influential, big podcasters like Candace, Hodge Twins, Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, all going after Trump, jumping ship. And this is like the most dangerous time to jump ship right now, right? Like we're coming into the next 6 to 9 months when, we're coming into midterms, and also what I've always been told, the first batch of arrests, Brennan, Podesta, a lot of the big names now are, going to be indicted. I mean, can you give some information to my audience on what we can expect these 6 to 9 months, and then we'll start taking some questions?
Well, it's hotter than hot this week, because what did President Trump do? He read from the Bible after he called us to prayer, after he said he's going to rededicate America as the Pilgrims did. He is setting the stage for all of this. And this is so powerful because remember, it was the 10 tribes that were taken into Assyria, which is now Mosul in Iraq. And Babylon is also Iraq. So the tribes were taken into Iraq. And that area is always been what it is to this very day. And so he's correcting all of these things. And so here you have these podcasters, but part of it is, and I said this the whole time, everybody thought they had such great information. They were using other people's information. They weren't doing their own research.
Well,
so
are they being
flips.
Okay, so are they being activated, or are they just?
I think so. Yeah, they got to take action now.
Because I've said this years ago, Sheila, and I know you've heard me say this. I said the podcasters will absolutely, the influencers will be activated for such a time as about right now, like right where we're at. I thought they'd be activated before Trump was running for, before 24. But here it is. This I think is the most critical time and most dangerous time. I've been told the most dangerous time in American history ever. This is it. Coming into the next 6 to 9 months, it's for all the marbles, right? Sheila, nobody can risk losing the midterms.
And it's not even just about the election, whether or not we're going to have an election, because once the Republic is ready to go, we have 120 days to set up an election. So we don't have to meet the corporate requirements of the dates, because there was never an election, and then they got all these months to mess up the office until the guy comes in. It was never like that before. When you go, when you're done, when you're voted out, you're voted out. That day, you're voted out. One's voted in, you're voted out. Everything has been manipulated. So back to the podcasters. The podcasters have always been like this. People have not seen behind the scenes who these podcasters really are. So I think it's kind of fun watching all of this now. Candace Owens, 2 times, one in South Carolina, and I forget where the other one was. 2 events that she was going to be on, where I was going to be, and then everything blew up because she had a funeral at one and couldn't come. And these people are paid like $45, $50, $100,000, just like Clinton used to get, right? So they're paid this kind of money, and they don't get the money back. So people haven't known who these people really are.
Wow. So
really
you mean they're taking the money and not showing up? Is that what you're telling me?
Yep.
What?
You didn't know this was happening?
I didn't know this was happening, man.
And they were taking all this money because they were such big names. Do you know what I mean? But who are the people that get 85,000, 100,000 followers? Who are those people that get them right away? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
They're
like Nick
supported,
Fuentes. Nick Fuentes is another one.
Exactly. And it's not going to stop. And I don't want to keep naming names, but she's an interesting one.
I call him out all the time. I called Nick Fuentes out all the time, and he said he was going to come on my show, and then he changed his mind. Like a lot of people do.
There was a great guy. He was a teacher in South Carolina, I believe, and he's the one that put this big event together, and she was the headliner. And he already gave her you have to give the $45,000 up front for her to commit to the schedule. And the whole thing blew up because she said, I got a funeral in the family, I can't come. And he said, so when are you sending the 45 back? And he tried for many months to get the 45 back.
You're kidding me.
And his last name was Barton. I think it was Brad Barton. He was a podcaster too, but he was honest, a teacher, did this to get the truth out to the people because he was sharing it with his students. And they're going, guy, this is really amazing. And so he was a great guy, and then had this happen to him. And I don't think he was able to schedule another event because of the financial trying to catch up, because he's just a cool teacher. You know?
Wow, someone wants to give me 45,000. I'm showing up with all the bells and whistles and assless chaps, and I'll be there.
Well, it wasn't the only one. I'd already heard about it before, and I warned him not to do it. He said I already had to give her the money because we had to schedule the date. So I'm only mentioning that because I knew the guy coordinating it, amazing podcaster, but he's not able to do everything he was supposed to do because how do you catch up?
Yeah, I mean, so what we're seeing now as we come into this crunch time. I'm still hearing the executive orders are going to be signed. Are you hearing the same thing, Sheila? I mean, I've talked to Juan. I talk to Juan almost daily, a couple times a day. Anytime I have a question, I call him. You know, these executive orders that he's supposed to sign for in-person paper ballot. When the hell do you think that's going to happen? Do you have any insight on that or intel on that?
He's already told them no machines, and they're using machines. He's already told them these things that have to happen. That's already happened. Well, then I think it's going to be the emergency notification. I think that's what's going to adjust everything.
Does he do that at the last moment, or does he give him?
I think it's when we're switching, because everybody keeps thinking we're a corporation. We're not a corporation under England anymore. He proved that in September. Remember when he rode in the King's carriage? Remember when he visited them at Windsor Castle? He was not at Buckingham, because Buckingham's been painted up and closed up since they took Prince Philip and Queen Elizabeth out. He still inspected the guard. The YMCA was played for him on the parade ground, and it was the King or Queen's guard with the big black hat.
So a lot of people think that he plays YMCA for the gay people. That's for
that's Gitmo. Right. Gitmo. Yeah. Guantanamo Bay. We've been paying the least since 1903. The what?
He also plays that Dorma. What is it? The Godfather song.
Nessun Dorma is that? In the morning.
So this is going to happen all in one instant. It's going to happen fast, right? It's going to be a quick takedown, because that's what happened in The Godfather. It was planned for a long time, but at the end, when he's in the play, all the things start going down. Everyone starts taking each other out. That's how it's going to go down, right?
It's already going down. They don't have a chance anymore. Like you already mentioned it. You said in all of history. Never in all of history has this level of truth been available. This is the first time we've gotten to this point where everything's getting revealed globally. And remember when they were crying out, I don't want to take up the time of people asking questions, but remember when they were calling him King Cyrus, King Cyrus, King Cyrus? Well, he's been King Cyrus. King Cyrus sent his warriors with the Persians, because that's Persia. That's why it was the Persian Gulf. It was never the Iranian Hormuz Strait or whatever. It's the Persian Gulf. It's a Persian country, and they're Persians. And when all the people came from the Shah back in the 80s into the 90s, Not one of them wanted to be called Iranian. They wanted to be called Persian. Because see, the ancient religion of Iran, Ahura Mazda, is what they added to all the secret society oaths in America. And ISIS is one, and Allah is one, and all of these different things that our guys took oaths to, they didn't know what those meant, that expanded all these secret societies. So everything that we're dealing with now and what he's dealing with in Iran is he's dealing with the evil that has permeated and taken over Persia. But King Cyrus sent the Persians and the Armenians where? He sent them to Babylon to do what? Bring out Judah and Benjamin and make them safe, and took care of them in Persia. So everybody that thought they were a prophet and a pastor who heard from the Lord that this is our modern day King Cyrus back in 2015, 16, 17, where are they now? Where are they now? That just became a trending comment? Because what he's doing is exactly what the King of Persia did, King Cyrus. The Father has given to us. Yeah.
I feel like we've nullified or neutralized a lot of threats. The ICE raids were to take out the violent cartel members, the cells that would be activated for such a time as now while he went into Iran, he took down Maduro. He's basically neutralized Iran. What's next? It
keeps expanding. You don't just take out the Somalis and send them home. I want to know who set them up with Social Security, who granted all of these funding sources for them to have. There isn't an American you're helping like this. Name an American that they've provided all this money to, or given them a Social Security number with never working in our country, and the average they're getting is $81,000 a year. All of this is being revealed to the American public because they had to keep spending the money to keep charging the Americans money till the Americans couldn't live on the land anymore. They've always done a replacement thing in every nation. Nothing is new that we're experiencing, but we've got a Trump that's not going to let it keep happening, and he's not going to let it happen elsewhere.
Well,
That's why he stopped all 8 wars, and now the peace board, and peace with Armenia has never happened in all of history, and they were the first believing nation in the entire world, in all of history. First believing nation, have never been able to live in peace. He just did that for them last year. And I'm not kidding. The peace board, we don't need UN. Look what he's proving with NATO. There's absolutely nobody in NATO's helping us. They're all giving us a certain finger. You can pick which one they're giving us. They won't let us even fly over their country or be near their bases. We're not asking to land on your base. We can't even fly over. And we've been paying all the NATO bills. The stuff
Insanity.
he's revealing, guys. But yet I went to a meet and greet with some of my widows last night. My widows that know me, telling me, oh my God, Sheila, this war, President Trump, I was with him before, but he's caused us to go into war. I had to settle them down. I just went to the meet and greet because there's several of them in a building that just has new administration, and they wanted me to see if those people were okay with the Lord. So I go to do that and hear all of this negative stuff about what's happening in America. I said, that's not true. That's it. We are
getting
not
it from all
war.
these influencers and podcasters that are spreading, and people that I really thought, like Tucker Carlson. I'm surprised on that one. I'll be honest, that wasn't on my bingo card. Really not.
Well,
I think
I'll give you 2 reasons why.
Well, I
His
think
dad
Candace
is CIA,
is kind of,
and they're
I
both
think
in the
Candace is
Pilgrim
kind
Society.
of reactionary, but I think Tucker, I thought he was good friends with Trump. And wow, go ahead, say that again.
Yeah, but look at how many have been good friends with us, and look what happened to some of them. This is what my dad told me. He said, Sheila, you're trusting too many people. This is back when I was going through the corporate stuff. And I said, but everybody's loving what I'm doing. He said, you don't know who they are. And you won't know even if they jump in the foxhole with you. You're not going to know until the shooting starts who has your back.
That's true.
And that's where we are.
That is so true. I mean, I always have to go back to my street fighting days and shit. But like, man, when I'd get in a bar fight or something, man, I would say the guys that always talked the toughest and they were gone out that door so fast. And the guys I least expected were there right next to me. I know that firsthand, firsthand. I've seen this. So
well, you just gave the analysis.
Last second, you do not know until that very last second.
Well, so who are these guys in Iran? They're the bullies on the field.
Yeah.
And we've been funding them, and we've always supported them, and we paid for all the equipment they have, and we paid for all of this stuff. Remember the billions of dollars in cash?
Yeah.
And they've all been paying each other. None of it was resolved until President Trump.
But
the last battle, the Native Americans know the truth for 4,000 years. They knew it was a flood, and the next is fire, is nuclear. We capitulated, surrendered World War II because we didn't want nuclear. Then they came here, built the nuclear bombs, point 1 and 2 of the 45 points against us. We built the bombs, paid for the bombs. Our flyers flew the bombs. And what did they hit? The two highest population believers areas in Nagasaki and Hiroshima, Japan. And we capitulated World War II. Because, see what I mean? This influence has not changed. And their family members, they've grown up like this. Like I've said, they imagine how scared they are. All their generations have operated the same way for centuries. This has been the way it's been from the beginning of time, and now Trump wants to change it.
So,
it's like, who does he think
we're
he
gonna
is?
still
We're gonna consequences.
We're still gonna have to go through the reset, right? I mean, that's coming. I mean, Trump has put the truth
Reset of what?
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's going to be who owns the day. I mean, are we going to get 10 days of darkness? How is this going to play out in your mind?
I don't think it's mapped out like that. I think is that we take it day by day because they've already gamed it. I heard a month ago, but this is just me. Okay. I heard a month ago from the top guys that they've gamed this whole thing out. And right now they're in the less than 7 moves. I go, what the heck does that mean? Because I used to play chess, but I was never professional.
Wow.
At level. But when you get within those last 7 moves, you know they can only make these maneuvers. We're there. So now it's just clearing it out. But a lot of this is, if I've still got my widows who've known me all of these years, and now I go meet with some of them in the building that they now have new administration in, and they're lost. After everything I've spoken and shared with them, they were in tears about it last night. It took 2 hours to calm them. I was there 3 hours. I went there for an hour, and I stayed 2 more hours till I got them all calmed down. Because that's what this whole effort is. They can't let Trump have credibility. They cannot let Trump have credibility. They cannot let Trump feel that people are behind him.
They're also doing that with Cash. I mean, they're showing him like he's a drunk, he's a philanderer,
But they handled that. They handled that. Todd Blanche even is on the case of filing the $2.5 million against the Southern Poverty Law, is SPLC, Southern Poverty Law Center, I think it is. They've already filed it because what they didn't understand is you say this about Kash Patel. So Kash Patel comes on the mic today, and I already put it out on Twitter. He comes out to the mic today and he goes, guys, did you know that they say that they're fighting for us against the KKK, and yet they're funded and funding the KKK?
Yeah, that's
and
right.
He had all of the names all listed out. And guys, that goes all the way back to Albert Pike in 1864. He created that thing in America. They said they created these secret societies. All of this came from Europe. The original governors, and you go back, and I looked up one again, Talmadge was governor. And do you know what's in his bio? And his son took over after him. And I think he was in 8 terms as a governor in Georgia. And go ahead and look up Talmadge, Talmadge. And guess what? In his bio, it says he was one of the top racist and white supremacists in the country. Okay.
What makes you the top?
Well, because they're all in the club. The KKK was started by Albert Pike, and then he made himself the grand master of it for the next 12 years. Why was it only 12 years? He died. But they brought all this from Europe. The Pilgrims knew all of this. That's why I'm so excited that the president said we're going to rededicate America to the Lord as the Pilgrims did, because they banned all this church because the children were groomed in the church, because the enemy's in the church, because the church is on the venerable day of the sun since Constantine. They're never going to be able to help.
And he knows we're getting ready to come into some very turbulent times, and we need God to be on our side, right? It's going to take a hand of God moment.
Yeah, right. I was just on with Bill Quinn, and it got so emotional. I was just going to do a 1-hour interview. It's almost 2 hours. It's going to come out tonight or tomorrow. And I had tears, and I said, do you think this was okay? And do you think I don't want anybody to get, scared? He goes, Sheila, it's not scared. It's truth. And he said, I even had tears. And Bill Quinn is one of the easiest guys, never, cries over stuff Sheila Holmes says, So, but we're at that point. That's why the call to prayer. That's why the rededication. The 3 eclipses, we were the first ones who did the 3 eclipses when Juan connected us that day. This is February back in
That's right.
23 or 24, and I think it was 23, and I explained about the 6 cities of Nineveh, and we are getting the Nineveh lesson. That's exactly where this nation is. The Nineveh lesson is that when God's done, he's done. When Jonah went, they'd only been there 9 years, taken captive into Assyria by the king of Assyria into Nineveh. So they were there 9 years, and the Gentile worship, it's so overtaken the lives of the people. It's where Iran is. You have to say you're Muslim. If you don't declare you're Muslim, they shoot you right there. And that's why he said these people don't even have guns and they're being shot. This is no different than what happened to Armenia 100 years ago. It's no different than what happened in Iran when the Shah fell. It's no different. This is what they do. That it's a complete takeover. And these are the people. Remember, President Jefferson, I mentioned this before. He started, I don't know that he started the Navy, but I'm pretty sure he started the structure for the Marines. He sent them to the shores of Tripoli because you take care of a problem over there so it doesn't come here. And now what's happened, because he's doing this over there, every family member that's related to Soleimani and all these other ones that they've taken out, did you know their families came and got green cards here under the Biden administration? They're all here. And they're living here off of us on the same kind of programs. They're living high on the hog. And now they're like, what do you mean? You can't take away my green card. Yeah, we're taking away your green cards.
All the stuff going on about is Tulsi in? Is she out? Is Trump going to get rid of her or not? If you know anything about that, and also if you know anything about
guys, everything that you're hearing, everything you heard about Pam Bondi didn't matter. Everything you're hearing about Kash Patel doesn't matter. It's all trying to ruin their reputation so you won't think they're credible. Okay. You got to stop letting these people, because this is what they're doing. This is what Nina was talking about before. People have flipped. They've got to start discrediting the people that you have faith in.
Right.
And
so
then what about
you think it's all hogwash, right? Right, Sheila? I think it's all garbage.
Look at what Tulsi Gabbard's done. Would she have done all of that? She came in purposely to do this. And you know, even when they did that corruption thing in Fulton County here in Georgia, do you know who was there? Just all in black with a hat on. She wasn't trying to make a big deal, but they went around the corner and took a picture of her like it was illegal for her to be there. Just hilarious, because she's declassifying things nobody would declassify. I'm excited about Tulsi Gabbard. Guys, they don't want any of Trump's people in there. So please don't let them take up your time wondering who's who in the zoo, because you're not going to know. You're not going to know. There's information and disinformation on purpose. You're not going to know. So
what about the
just
all the missing scientists?
Thank Father and ask him. The what?
The stuff going on with all the missing scientists all of a sudden. What's that about?
That's being researched. The president's sitting on top of that himself. He said, I'm adding my time on this. He's going to be researching because of the one that now is a brand new one that's missing. He's going to be on top of it. But he's on top of what's happening with the Pope. There's nothing you're hearing that he isn't aware of, you guys. He is on top of all of this. For him to call us to prayer, for him to rededicate as the Pilgrims did, this is what got our tribes out of Nineveh, and that's why they're getting everyone out of America that shouldn't be here, because we're not going to. If you don't assimilate here, you're gone. And he's getting rid of people that thought they had a permanent resident card and could always be here. You can't be here and do what you're doing. So bye-bye. He's taking care of so much, and so are his people. So please thank the Father for the right people being around the president. We need to shift and look at what we can do daily and not be focused on what we think there is or is not happening in DC, or what President Trump's doing or not doing. Guys, it's not just President Trump. It's the 200 generals that brought him in. We're going to get this done. If this doesn't get done, Juan's even said this. If this doesn't get done, his family's eliminated.
No,
this
I mean like in the public
done.
perception.
So we're getting done.
Perception.
It's getting done. It's getting done.
You're saying in the public perception, is he going to step down, Vance take over, something like that? Is that what you mean?
Can we not even go there? That isn't even important. You guys, what does it matter? We have him now. Let's get this deal done. That's what we're trying to get done.
Okay.
We can't keep vacillating back and forth on who we are or who we believe, or did he make the right decision on, You go back and look at the map on the strait. He blocked a small portion of it. And when they messed up with Takaya or whatever it's called, that means that the Muslims always deceive. Look up that term. And he said, if you Takaya me, I'm going to Takaya you. He's having fun with it, guys. And it's not just him. It's the 200 generals. And we can't decide for them what's happening. So that's why we all have to start focusing on what we can do every single day, because we're all here for the purpose of this. This has never happened. What we're going through right now has never gotten to this point at this level any time in history. And that's what we're trying to get done. And so we got to stay focused on it. And we can't get distracted on who's doing this, who's doing that, what's happening. We can't. Here's that word, TAQIYYA, Islamic deception. When you look at the definition of that, and I'm sending that right now to Nino too. So.
Is that good?
Yeah, that's good. Can I ask one more? Is that okay?
Yep.
All right. Once all these politicians get arrested publicly,
it's not going to be public, guys. It's military tribunals. Look up the difference. It's military tribunals. You have no idea how many people have already been held for months and you don't even know. Military is the only way. That's why, because sedition and treason is military. It's not civil. It's not criminal. It's in that category, but military justice is a completely different structure. Go back to the Kavanaugh interview with the Senate, I think it was, Congress or Senate or both. When they interviewed him before he became a Supreme Court justice, it was sad to say the guy from South Carolina that nobody likes that ended up questioning him, but they shared exactly what's going on, because military justice is completely different than you seeing them perp walked or police go into their house and arresting them. Everybody wants arrests. Everybody wants perp walks. And that has to be the enemy supporting that, because that's not how military justice happens. When that military accountability letter came out, those 3 lines of all of those rear admirals, vice admirals, lieutenant colonels, generals, all of those people, and it says, and many more, or these are just a few, whatever it says, but it's this list, and then it continues. It started out with Milley, General Milley. Those guys were already taken then. Many of the military that came in on 9/30 of last year in Quantico are already down at Gitmo. Guys, it's already happening. You don't see military justice happen. You don't see who's getting court-martialed. You don't see, but it's explained in that military accountability letter. So you're not going to see a bunch of arrests. And when people go, I wish there were more arrests. I want people to be arrested. Is it going to happen this month?
But there are going to be public arrests. There is absolutely going to be some public arrests. Obama, Hillary, I think those will be public.
Hello, Patriots. I'm a Restored Republic via a GCR update compiled by Judy Byington. EBS alert imminent for global lockdown. As Trump's global military alliance begins mass arrests, deep state global elite Ninth Circle satanic cult still actively performing child sacrifices across the world. And a quote from an Anon, I am only one person, but can do something to help the children. I know that any little act of kindness and love will make a difference. Judy note, now 12 years later, the Earth Alliance and Trump's global military alliance was at last taking down the Ninth Circle satanic cult run by the Vatican, UK royalty, and our own US Inc. Very soon, the Earth Alliance under President Trump's global military alliance will sound 7 trumpets over the emergency broadcast system to every cell phone, TV, radio, and internet device on the planet. The trumpet signal will be followed by a broadcast, an unfiltered message from the Earth Alliance, led by Trump and key military leaders. They will be announcing that corrupt governments around the world, governments were being taken down, and everyone will be in a state of martial law until fair and transparent elections can be held in each country. They will talk about their mass arrests of Satan-worshipping treasonous political and global elites, including most of Congress. The EBS alert will be initiated globally, but activated in phases. Depending on where you are, you may receive the alert slightly earlier or later than others, but it is coming. The goal of the phased rollout is to prevent the deep state from reacting too quickly to catch them off guard. By the time the full alert has hit every device on the planet, the Earth Alliance already will be executing the next stages of their plan. An EBS message will announce Nasara Jasara debt release for all peoples of the world in the new gold asset-backed worldwide quantum financial system that is taking control of deep state fiat global banking. This cabal's swift system has been stealing U.S. taxpayer monies since 1913, all of which President Trump intended to reimburse the people. The military will also announce that it would be wise to have food, cash, and necessities on hand for at least 10 days while mass arrests across the globe were going on. For public safety, planes, trains, internet, banks, and ATMs will be closed across the globe, while credit debit cards will not work for 3 days of darkness and 10 days of disclosure. In 3 days of darkness, satanic worship sites across the world will be destroyed by cyber attacks. In 10 days of disclosure, everyone will be asked to be at a location of their choice for a 5-hour period each day. During that time, over TV, radio, and internet, a website on a single web channel will broadcast in 22 languages in 77 countries. Documentaries about what, when, where, who, why, and how everything was going on. Global currency reset, Thursday, April 23rd. Bruce, the big call. Notifications for Tier 4B to receive exchange appointments could happen over the weekend, with exchanges starting by Tuesday, April 28th. Friday, April 24th, attention, crucial announcement. Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. The Tier 4B Internet group is officially active. This is the beginning of a new era. The revolutionary ideas and the concept of Nasara are taking the final form of execution and implementation. It is our great honor to announce the launch of the Tier 4B Internet Group. Saturday, April 25th, 2026. Iraq will make the new dinar rate public as ordered by Trump and according to a high-up source. Sunday, April 26, 2026, QFS set to become fully operational with intense military operations against Satan-worshipping elites. Monday, April 27th should be a go for Tier 4B, according to a high-up source. It was rumored that the Chinese elders who were backing the global currency reset with their gold had bought all the cabal's central banks across the world. Those banks had long been bankrupt and running on fiat monies that their leader, US Inc., printed at their convenience. Those international banks were now merging with the QFS and taking a different role. They would no longer have access to individual bank accounts. All banks were converting to XRP Ripple, digital gold asset-backed currency. Friday, April 24th, high-level banking insiders report that Tier 4B notifications are already being prepared for release within hours. The system is moving at an unprecedented speed, with historic transactions now confirmed in Hong Kong, London, and Dubai. This is the moment we've all been waiting for. The full-scale transition to the gold-backed financial system is now irreversible. Global markets in panic mode. The old fiat system is collapsing in real time. Multiple major banks are seeing liquidity shortages as large transfers are being redirected into the new system. Sources from inside the IMF confirm urgent, behind closed-door meetings. They know their control is slipping. The end of the central banking cabal is unfolding before our eyes. Bank screens light up with final rates. IQD, $8.73 confirmed live on European trading platforms. VND, $5.12 holding but expected to surge post-announcement. ZIM and other currencies, final adjustments in process. Paymasters report full releases. Private transaction platforms in Reno and Zurich have received direct confirmations that Tier 1 and Tier 2 payouts are finalized. Tier 3 and Tier 4B are next. If you're part of the private groups, get ready now. Military movements confirmed. Securing the transition. Intel sources confirm heightened security around key financial hubs. Private security details have been activated in Reno, Zurich, and Dubai. Special ops teams are ensuring that no foreign interference disrupts this monumental shift in global power. The final phase is underway. This is not a test. The pieces are falling into place faster than anticipated. The old world is crumbling and the new financial era is about to rise from the ashes. 12 to 24 hours remain. Stay alert, stay ready. Your final instructions will be sent shortly. The financial reset is now unstoppable. Watch your inbox. This is it. Friday, April 24th, Tier 4B mass notifications to set exchange appointments inbound. Nasara Dasara connected on Telegram. Private channels are already reporting confirmations from multiple Tier 4B exchanges. Military logistics teams are in full deployment mode. Movement across Reno, Zurich, and key sovereign hubs has intensified since 0300 Zulu. The new gold-backed U.S. note is quietly live, not on public display, but mirrored in cross-border platforms used by institutional traders. This isn't speculation, it's alignment. RippleNet, Stellar, Rails, and the Quantum Ledger interface are syncing in real time. QFS ping rate, stable at 0.00004. That's confirmation of system-wide balance. Nothing is fluctuating anymore. No delays, no reversals. We're past testing. This is it. Redemption centers are in silent mode but active. Codes have been seeded. Those who've been prepared will know what to do. Rates are locked. Liquidity is positioned. Military protection remains in place across all nodes. The reset is no longer a plan. It's happening. Stay ready. Eyes open. No mistakes now. The White Hat military was in control of the foreign currency exchange bond redemption process and has already released funds for a global currency reset across the world. Those GCR funds come directly from the U.S. Treasury Department of Defense operations and go out to Treasury departments in other countries. All banks have signed non-disclosure agreements. There will be an internet blackout. Friday, April 24th, 2026. The Obama files are worse than we thought. MAGA Intel Hub on Telegram. His lawyers didn't show up to negotiate. They showed up to beg. Here's what Bondi's team found inside the Tehran servers under Obama's codename Renegade. 14 wire transfers to a Swiss account linked to Hezbollah between 2014 to 2016. Total $1.7 billion. The same $1.7 billion he told Congress was frozen Iranian assets. A signed directive authorizing the CIA to stand down during the Benghazi attack, not typed, handwritten. Communications with Epstein's handler, dated March 2015, discussing the island arrangement and the Chicago package. A back channel to Tehran through Valerie Jarrett, active from 2012 to 2024. Yes, 2024, 2 years after he left office. He didn't just betray America. He was running a shadow government from his basement in D.C. while pretending to be retired. His lawyers are now offering full cooperation in exchange for immunity. Trump said no deals, no mercy, no escape. The man who divided America for 8 years is about to face America he tried to destroy, and she's awake. Friday, April 24th, Congressman says UFO scientist mysteriously found dead was hit with a directed energy weapon by Deep State. Gitmo TV on Telegram. Eskridge was a 34-year-old aerospace researcher. She committed suicide in 2022 after being deeply involved in developing anti-gravity technology, work she publicly said led to threats and sabotage against her. Amy Eskridge was clearly distraught. She was telegraphing to friends and family that she was being harassed. She engaged the services of a former British intelligence officer who was investigating the harassment or the strange things that were happening to her. They were able to determine that she was a victim of what others call the Havana syndrome, which we now know is the result of a directed energy type weapon using microwave energy. This is well documented. There have been 11 missing or dead scientists, I think it's up to 15 now, who were connected to sensitive U.S. nuclear and aerospace research in recent years. This can't be a coincidence. Congress needs to get to the bottom of this and reveal the truth. Friday, April 24th. If you're wondering how our elections in America are always so close, like how Democrats pulled ahead in Virginia's redistricting within a few percentage points, this is how. JFK Secrets on Telegram. Former CIA operations officer Gary Bernstein explains there are teams of people who rig our elections and keep the vote totals extremely close by slim margins, so it's believable and hard to prove fraud. I always wondered why whenever there's an election that between the Democrat and the Republican, it's like super close. I always find that strange. Now I know why. It's orchestrated. Laura Logan interviews former CIA operations officer Gary Bernstein. He explains in detail how elections are being stolen in America. He describes there are teams of statisticians, mathematicians, and hackers who map out every county and identify where margins can be quietly adjusted. Different techniques are used in each location, so nothing matches in a recount. When a 70 to 30 county becomes 68 to 32, nobody notices. But when you add up these differences across an entire state, those tiny amounts of fraud decide outcomes. Both former CIA operations officer Gary Bernstein and author Ralph Pizzullo explain the strategy. They explain they don't flip the big blue cities. Instead, they shave votes in the places no one ever audits. They plan this. It's meticulous. These guys are experts at this. It's not just a few guys in a back room. You're talking about hundreds of statisticians and engineers, and they work it, for a year to plan, and mathematicians and hackers. It's unbelievable. They're professional cheaters. We had a map of Colorado when we were talking to our engineers, the guys that designed it, that stole the elections. We just go to every one place where Trump wins 70 to 30 and shaved it off. We shave in every other place. We don't go near a Democratic place because when they want to do recounts, they're going to go to the Democratic places. They don't realize we shaved in every other committee. We know every other county. We know how to do this. And then in each of those things where they shave with a different technique in each one of those. So if you found something in one county, there's no continuity around the state that way. So this is why the Republicans are so much at fault, because they have the power and the ability to show in their areas. They can allow access to the machines. They can allow access to the source code, but they apparently are in on it. People need to go to prison. Democrats are stealing elections nationwide in every county, in every state of America. The church choir master and alleged former lover. This silencing prevented potential revelations about Obama's lifestyle. After the press conference, a smear campaign led by David Axelrod targeted Sinclair. Joe Biden and son Beau reportedly arranged his arrest to discredit him. Tragically, in March 2026, Sinclair died in a hit-and-run incident where the driver fled without a trace, raising suspicions of foul play. Specific details from Sinclair describe November 6, 2024 events. Picked up at a Gurney hotel, a call connected him to Obama. At a bar, Obama arranged cocaine. In the limousine, Obama provided the drug. Next day, Obama visited the hotel room, announced for more drug use and encounters. Unannounced for more drug use and encounters. Mia Marie Pope, an Obama classmate, claimed he obtained cocaine by sleeping with older white men. Emergency action message transmitted to all U.S. forces worldwide tonight. And this is dated yesterday, April 24th. At about 9:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time last night, U.S. Strategic Command transmitted a rare 21-character emergency action message, EAM, over the U.S. Military High Frequency Global Communications System, HFGCS. The HFGCS is part of the network used to communicate with nuclear-capable bombers, subs, and missile silo crews. The messages are encrypted in such a way as to make them absolutely undecipherable. Only troops with access to pre-stored orders locked inside safes can match the codes with the appropriate orders, then open the orders, read it to them, and carry them out. So there's no way any person outside the U.S. military can ever know what any message actually means. But an emergency action message is top priority. Stop everything and do this right now. So whatever's going on, the military already has orders for it. I have a feeling it's going to be a long night and a wild weekend. I'm thinking Iran. Judy note, in the coming hours, the world as we see it will be changed forever as JFK Jr. emerges on the emergency broadcast system, alive and ready to speak, with the U.S. Army sweeping the land under Trump's command. Convoys of military prisoner trucks with over 50,000 traitors en route were rolling to air bases for immediate Gitmo transfer. It's been a long time in coming. Below, find an article I wrote 12 years ago on Monday, April 14, 2014, when we were just beginning to see the extent of corruption in the world. In other news, President Trump has declared a restoration of the American Republic, where the privately owned by Satan-worshipping bankers U.S. Inc. has been dissolved, justice reborn, and common law sovereignty returned to concepts of the original, uncorrupted Constitution. The world-changing announcement was expected to be made public by President Trump on July 4th, 2026. Before that, we were expected to have a much-anticipated Black Swan event. For some time, the cabal's fiat U.S. dollar and manipulated New York stock market have been roaring toward collapse. That's when the always 10 steps ahead President Trump activated a global currency reset of 209 nations. Currencies which traded at a 1-to-1 with each other. By Monday, April 27, 2026, NASARA, National Freedom from Debt Law, and its twin-like JASARA, Global Debt Relief Law, were set to activate under Protocol 19. This meant that in an ISO monetary network realignment, the global financial system would be transitioning from the cabal's fiat currency SWIFT system to the gold asset-backed currency quantum financial system, where speed, transparency, and security reigned. When NASARA activated, debts would vanish and mortgages, credit cards, and other illegal financial burdens dissolved. The IRS dismantled. Income tax abolished. A single 14% sales tax on luxury goods replaced the chains of old taxation. It's the collapse of the controlling and corrupt old world in order for a nation to participate in the new global financial system. They cannot be at war with another country. Thus, activation of the GCR dissolves military conflicts, initiates global peace, and unlocks massive unrestricted humanitarian funds to lift all peoples out of poverty.
So much is happening in plain sight. Washington, D.C., the deep state, the cabal, are in complete and utter panic mode right now. All the evidence has been collected together, and it's time to show the world exactly what's been going on. It's not just the US that's being exposed either. It's the UK, City of London, the EU, NATO. The whole lot is falling apart. And everything is in place now for the world to know. We saw yesterday in plain sight in the Houses of Parliament, the Labour Justice Secretary, Sarah Sackman, telling Parliament that Sharia law must be accepted. That's not the will of the British people. That's the will of the paymasters, the will of the controllers. The question is, Who is the paymasters? Who are the controllers? You and I know who they are. But it's time for the rest of the world to wake up to see who's pulling the strings. Things like this are happening for the benefit of the rest of the world to see what's really going on. Are you awake yet?
EBS blackout martial law lockdowns. Global martial law will be declared, ushering in an era of unprecedented control. The military will ensure that the masses get the food they need. Planes and trains will be grounded, ensuring the cabal's reach is severed. Lights and power will briefly flicker as the world transitions to Tesla-free energy. Military tribunals, confessions will be broadcast over 10 intense 8-hour sessions. Then comes the internet shutdown and 10 days of communication darkness. Thursday, April 23rd, 2026. High alert. Global EBS activation confirmed for April 24th to the 25th. Trump greenlights military operation. Worldwide alert hits elite networks exposed. The MAGA King on Telegram. Military intelligence under President Donald J. Trump has launched a major emergency broadcast system operation for Friday, April 24th and or Saturday, April 25th, 2026. Every cell phone worldwide will erupt with a loud, piercing alert tone, blasting through silent mode, forcing devices to sound and vibrate hard. This strategic move sends unfiltered truths to American citizens while the military watches and records the global elite's panicked responses. It is a key step in exposing the deep state networks and advancing the America First agenda. The alert grid was built by the deep state after the 2020 election theft. Obama holdovers in FEMA and FCC expanded it from 2021 to 2025 with tests in the US, Europe, Canada, Australia, Thailand, and elsewhere. Publicly called a system for emergencies like storms or kidnappings, it was actually a tool for future control and compliance demands. Trump seized full control, integrating it with Starlink satellites and securing it against interference from corrupt carriers. Special teams monitor facilities. The 2 days of alerts allow tracking of delays, jamming attempts, and resistance from officials tied to the elites. On April 24th, the first alerts drop across time zones, followed by more details on April 25th. The content includes documented election fraud evidence from 2020 and 2024, the transition to asset-backed money replacing the Federal Reserve scam, and instructions for protecting bank accounts. Bureaucrats and agencies losing power will be named directly, free of media spin, funded the upgrades, and pushed open borders, wage suppression, and energy policies harming workers. Elites planned digital IDs and lockdowns by the military, but the military flipped it as millions receive fax. Banks scramble media coordinates, and agents activate all logged. American families suffering high costs and job losses get the truth straight. Alerts reach factories, trucks, and homes. Military stands ready. The deep state created this weapon to control masses. President Trump now uses it to awaken patriots and expose the cabal. Sovereignty advances as the deep state crumbles in their own grid. Patriots stay strong. Thursday, April 23rd, the White Hats versus Deep State. Nassara Trump on Telegram. Inside the White Hat versus Deep State war was a very important battle for the next internet. Both the Deep State and the White Hats plan to kill the current internet. The Deep State's internet would be digitalized and internet passports. Those passports would only be for those who abided by world infection laws and those who cooperate with the rules, standards, and regulations of the cabal's online banking system. The Deep State has a plan to control the world through their own internet, where they have control over all people through banking and social networks. This new internet they wanted to launch was called the Great Reset, or restarting the internet. The White Hat's internet, which was ready to be immediately released by Tim Berners-Lee, has the most advanced security and unbreakable encrypted system ever created to serve mankind. It has AI systems that identify online pedophilia, human trafficking networks, and world money laundering systems. Incubated in the new internet's many features was its purpose of saving the world from its present corrupt status. It contained an advanced AI that eradicates homelessness and third world poverty. It's designed to end all wars and give generational healing through high technology that uses advanced systems. What we think we know as of Friday, April 24th, 2026. Thursday, April 23rd, 2026, FBI Director Kash Patel. The Southern Poverty Law Center has been indicted for raising millions to fight extremists, then secretly funding extremist leaders such as Ku Klux Klan, United Klans of America, Unite the Right, including payments as a planner leader of the 2017 Charlottesville events. American Front, National Alliance, National Socialist Movement, Aryan Nations, specifically including its affiliated Sadistic Souls Motorcycle Club, and the National Socialist Party of America, also referred to as the American. Thursday, April 23rd, 2026. Exposed. Meet the Clone, the actor, and the greatest lie ever sold to America. White House on Telegram. The American people have been deceived. Patriots and independent researchers have uncovered compelling evidence that the original Joe Biden died some time ago. What the public has been presented with is a carefully crafted combination of clones, actors, and body doubles. This is the greatest political lie ever sold to the nation by the deep state cabal. Astute observers have long noticed the anomalies. The Biden seen in recent years looks, sounds, and acts differently from the Biden of a decade earlier. Facial features, ear shapes, jaw lines, voice patterns, and mannerisms show inconsistencies that suggest multiple versions being used to fool the public and advance an anti-American agenda. Deep state forces initiated a clone project. DNC operatives contacted specialized facilities in January 2025 to produce a Biden clone. The clone was rapidly matured and deployed by April 2025 to sustain the illusion during critical political events and push policies that undermine American sovereignty. Professional actors furthered the deception. Individuals such as Dana Garvey and Arthur Roberts have been identified as portraying Biden in public appearances. Some appearances have even resembling Hollywood figures, as noted by vigilant patriots. Telling proof comes from the staged White House set. Important addresses happened on a fake Oval Office with obvious flaws like showing summer greenery in winter. This artificial setup indicates the substitutes needed controlled environments to hide the truth. The deep state used this ruse to project stability while pulling strings behind the scenes. A clone or actor let them control the narrative. Media tried to dismiss the evidence as conspiracy theories, but patriots have known the truth for years. In 2026, as the Republic moves toward restoration, the full scope of the deception emerges. QAnon followers and Trump supporters are vindicated. The greatest lie is unraveling, exposing the cabal's efforts to subvert democracy. This scandal highlights the need for vigilance. Patriots who question the story awaken the masses. As more evidence surfaces, accountability will be demanded for this fraud. House of Cards is falling, signaling a new era where truth triumphs. America is waking up and the deep state retreats as justice nears. April 23rd, breaking. Hillary Clinton in full panic as Wiener laptop files ready for public release. Secret emails, Obama contacts, payoff records, and dirty secrets exposed. The MAGA King on Telegram. The Wiener laptop is the single most dangerous piece of evidence still in the shadows. Its full public release will end Hillary Clinton for good. As of April 2026, with President Trump back in the White House, dismantling the old regime, the push to hide these files has become even more frantic. This device contains the full blueprint of the Clinton machine, including child trafficking networks, money laundering operations, Epstein blackmail, and treason reaching the Obama Oval Office. It ties together every betrayal of the American people. Seized by the NYPD in 2016, investigators found thousands of Clinton emails, Huma Abedin's messages, and an insurance policy folder with compromise on politicians and elites. Comey and Lynch buried it to shield Clinton through the election. Trafficking evidence is central, with patterns matching Epstein activities and coordination through State Department channels during Clinton's time as Secretary of State and foundation projects. Financial records detail pay-to-play with foreign funds routed through the Clinton Foundation and offshore accounts. Obama pseudonyms show his role in protecting the network from oversight. Huma Abedin served as the key node, handling classified information and leverage strategies. The files expose efforts to undermine Trump via open borders, weak energy policies, and bad trade deals. References to cleanup protocols align with suspicious deaths of associates. Today in 2026, these files connect to the globalist fight against Trump's second term. The Epstein-linked fuel current lawfare and control pushes. Trump's DOJ stands ready to declassify the full archive. The documents link straight from 2016 scandals through Russia hoax impeachments, 2020 issues, and all lawfare. The same networks still attack American sovereignty. Trump has always seen this fight as existential. His current administration is the cleanup phase. The Wiener laptop release will prove every America First policy counters the deep state betrayal. The archive was never meant to surface, serving as ultimate insurance for those viewing America as profit and citizens as expendable. Hillary Clinton, Huma Abedin, and all involved will finally face justice. The deep state racket collapses and the republic reclaims its sovereignty. Medbed centers and humanitarian projects. Thursday, April 23, 2026. The future is now. How quantum financial systems and medbed technology are creating a new era of humanitarian aid. Nisara Jasara connected on Telegram. In the midst of a rapidly transforming world where boundaries of possibility are being redefined, a groundbreaking movement is underway. This movement is set to revolutionize humanitarian efforts in healthcare, empowering patriots committed to the Great Awakening. At its core lies the quantum financial system and the introduction. The QFS allows for primary and secondary accounts, empowering individuals and organizations to direct funds efficiently toward humanitarian projects. Personal and corporate accounts can be tailored to specific needs, acting as a beacon of hope to ensure resources reach those most in need. Funds come with important conditions tied to successful project execution. A 5-year timeline is provided for utilization, establishing these resources as a sacred trust for catalyzing real positive change in communities worldwide. Medbed centers form the revolutionary core of healthcare transformation, serving both humans and animals, designed to accelerate healing and recovery. Priority is given to humanitarians, underscoring the need to support those healing the world. Establishment of the centers is backed by QFS funding for renovations or new builds. Replicators in construction lower costs and hasten completion, accelerating the rollout of these life-enhancing facilities. The center's public opening ties directly to the Jasara announcement, marking readiness on a massive scale. Thousands
Now, as usual, there's a lot of false information out there. I'll say this, every ship that the U.S. believes meets our criteria, either Iranian ships or to and from Iranian ports, has been turned around. As of this morning, 34 total. Non-Iranian vessels are allowed to transit, and many have, including overnight. Not only is the blockade growing, in fact, a second aircraft carrier will join the blockade in just a few days, but this growing blockade is also gone global. Just this week, we seized 2 Iranian dark fleet ships in the Indo-Pacific region that had left Iranian ports before the blockade went into effect. They thought they'd made it out just in time. They did not. We seized their sanctioned ships, and we will seize more. Our blockade is growing and going global. America's military is unmatched, projecting power, denying passage to adversaries, and protecting our interest at the time and place of our choosing. No one sails from the Strait of Hormuz to anywhere in the world without the permission of the United States Navy.
Virginia has been caught red-handed trying to steal, or did steal the election. Juan, do you want to recap on that first?
Well, somebody went in and was screwing with the records on the vote. And we saw it real time. We know how they do it. The question is there'll have to be an investigation to get to the bottom of exactly who was behind it. But we know exactly where to look. They think that we still don't understand how they're doing this. And actually, we know precisely how they're doing it. We know with such exacting precision. And the president himself, the team around him in the Oval Office are all aware that we've got it. And reports and meetings and everything are in play right now. So how long it takes to go through the process, there'll be more briefings, and then there'll be decisions on how to go after the records and like that. But the president knows that if we don't put an end to this, it's the end of the country, especially if they were able to get away with it in the rest of the vote coming up in 2026. This was actually very big because it was proof of concept in some ways for us to be able to track what happened. We know right where to look and what to call for. And the only question for the vote people in Virginia, will they get away with blocking our access to certain of the records? Will the courts do that? Will the people fail to ask in the right way? The president understands that we have to, we can't wait for the courts. We can't wait for the vote officials and play patty cake or footsie like has been happening. So this will be the big test. This is the big one. We've been moving forward. You're going to get pushed around a little bit, but this is for everything that matters. You mentioned Maduro in Venezuela. What's going backwards on that? Nothing's going backwards on that. You mentioned take Iran. For all the bullshit that's being said about that situation there and the Mideast in general, even the Strait of Hormuz being closed. Let me clue everybody in. They're smarter by half if they think that we're being hurt with the Strait of Hormuz closed. It means that Western dominance in oil production and provision is going to continue to go up. In other words, USA and places we control and people that want to cooperate with us. Every day that the Strait of Hormuz is closed, by the way, you know who gets hurt the worst? Iran. Okay. And these other Gulf states are going to chime in too. Why is it? Because you can't just turn off a producing oil well. When you have a well that's flowing, it flows by what we call capillary action. Saudi Arabia had a plan, and they tried to send a volume of tankers to the U.S. and fill up everything that could hold oil in the southern U.S. right away. The president became aware of it and cut off all foreign oil from coming in and going into those tanks across the South U.S., Texas and Oklahoma primarily. Why was that important? because there was a glut of oil in the world, and you can't just turn these wells off. And with nowhere to put the oil, you had to turn them off, and it damaged lots of wells that had to be repressurized, re-drilled. A very costly process. With the Strait of Hormuz closed, it is damaging, and it's only just begun. It stays this way for, weeks or months, and they run out of places to put that oil. They'll just be pouring it out on the ground, and they'll be in really serious shape. And as the president said, pick a leader. Okay, Iran, there's a dozen guys all claiming to be their fearless leader, and you question whether any of them are actually in charge. So who are we supposed to negotiate with? They've got to narrow it down to somebody, and some of those somebodies are not people we're going to cooperate with. So they've got some problems still.
But what about, it seems to me like all these players, deep state players, seem so arrogant, Juanito. They're planning to basically hijack, cheat again in the midterms. Peter Tickton was, telling me that, hey, man, they're going to plan to take the Senate, the House by any means necessary and impeach Trump, and it's back to business as usual.
Well, that's their wet dream. That's why Virginia is so critical. They are playing the last game. We know we've got their playbook, every strategy. We know how they're doing it. We know with exacting precision how they're controlling the votes, using both the early votes and the mail-in, and there's no mystery now. They played that hand one too many times with the crooked cards. So this is a different story. And the president can do a play that nobody thought he would do. Nobody even conceived that he would do, that bypasses the need for the courts and Justice Department and everything else. They might start there. As soon as it is obvious that you can't get to justice at the Justice Department, you can't get an honest judge, they won't do anything even find them.
So
it'll go a different direction. It'll go to an emergency, national emergency.
Okay, so when do you think he's going to sign that?
Well, he'll declare it. There'll be papers to sign, but it's not the same as an executive order. Don't confuse declaring a national emergency of any type, in this case related to elections, with an executive order. They've already thumbed their nose at the executive orders. There's stuff that he'll use the emergency declaration to enforce the executive orders. And they've already tried to break up the one that my team put together a little bit. I think ultimately it'll get sealed in one summary executive order at some point in time, but they've taken a couple of pieces out and done them individually. It'll be wonky. It's just trying to buy time while the rest of this is figured out. But we're hot on the trail. It's actually a very big thing. And don't compare what has been happening with what will happen this time. This is a whole different world. Trump knows that if these people prevailed with their frauds and election theft in 2026 here in the fall, that America as we know it's over with, and he, his family, the rest of us patriots would be strictly in the sights of these people. We've got them. We got Obama. We got their, Tulsi's talked about it. We know about the July meeting.
Is Tulsi going to step down? Is she?
Oh, fuck no.
Well, they're saying that she's going to resign or something like that by the midterm.
I think Tulsi's just fine. She's not going anywhere. Tulsi is riding the head of the tiger and in no danger, and she's been masterful. So Trump loves her. The attacks, it sort of lets you know that she's over the target. They're taking so much time to try and portray her as somehow wanting to abandon ship or drive. She's right in the thick of it. She knows how they did the frauds, and she's just adamant to go expose it. So big hat tip to Tulsi. I'm very comfortable that Tulsi knows that she is in this rarefied air position that only a handful of Americans have ever been in, to really make a tangible difference, a huge difference. And so if I did anything, I'd just increase her security. That's all. A couple of times we've had to move people to military housing, and that can happen again on a dime. And I would expect that, they're monitoring these things pretty closely. It wouldn't surprise me a bit that somewhere in there you see that they've had to go to military housing again. Well, I think there's going to be significant arrests before the midterms, but trying to get the sequence or the exact timing, it's about checkpoints. For example, in the situation with Brennan, the indictments got handed down, but they were subpoenaing more evidence, but the methodology was tedious. Didn't fit the situation. They changed prosecutors. It'll take time for this prosecutor to come up to speed, even though he knows so much of it. There's nuances that were, essentially classified. He'll need time to be able to own what they have and be articulate and precise. And then there was said behind the scenes that there's about 2 months process for him, and they felt they were about 2 weeks out on the Brennan stuff when the prosecutor was moved out the other day. That'll probably still be the same thing when he gets back in there with the grand jury on the main stuff. There'll still be a couple weeks. So I think it's a couple months for him to prepare adequately, and then a couple weeks for those presentations to the grand jury. I think it's sometime after July 5th. And we'll see, but nobody's going anywhere. Nobody's getting away with anything. I actually think it's very healthy to have paused and reset. It's like, coming up, pitcher doesn't see something he likes. There's some kind of a problem. Timeout. Let's make sure we get it right, and then we come back in and we go kick some ass. So I'm very, very comfortable that good, amazing things are happening. But prayer always required. But Virginia, a bridge too far. The cavalry's coming. I expect that the president will be saying something on this directly. He's already said, that he knows it was stolen. We know exactly how it was stolen, and you want federal investigations, here it comes.
U.S. dollar collapsing, global currency reset coming in, banks going down, the greatest transfer of wealth in human history happening right now, during mass arrests of Satan-worshipping global elites. Obama charged with 18 U.S. Code 2381, treason, sedition, betrayal. In the latter times some shall depart from the faith, giving heed to seducing spirits and doctrines of devils. 1 Timothy 4:1. Judy note, emergency broadcast system and martial law. President Donald J. Trump has said, we will soon be liberated in this land of the free from the evil tyrants that wish to do us harm and destroy the last remaining refuge of shining light. Confirmation to the public of what is occurring will then be revealed and will not be openly accepted. Public riots are being organized in serious numbers in an effort to prevent the arrest and capture of more senior public officials. On POTUS's order, a state of temporary martial law, military control will be actioned, and special ops carried out. False leaks have been made to retain several within the confines of the United States to prevent extradition and ensure special operator necessity. Rest assured, the safety and well-being of every man, woman, and child of this country is being exhausted fully. However, The atmosphere within the country will unfortunately be divided, as so many have fallen for the corrupt and evil narrative that has been long broadcast. We will be initiating the emergency broadcast system during this time in an effort to provide a direct message, avoiding the fake news, to all citizens, organizations, and/or people that wish to do us harm during this time will be met with swift fury. Certain laws have been pre-written to provide our great military the necessary authority to handle and conduct these operations at home and abroad. Wednesday, April 22nd. Black Swan ignition. Protocol 19 activates Nasara Jasara. Trump Phase 2 begins. Seizing control of the new global economy. Tier 4 BISO 20022 on Telegram. Protocol 19 is live. The Black Swan ignition has begun. There's no more waiting. Nasara and Jasara are not theories. They're not distant dreams. They've moved into reality. Trump holds full control. And this is the Black Swan event that flips the entire board. Phase 2 is operational. Black Swan events don't announce themselves. They strike like lightning, shattering what you thought was stable, rare, devastating, unstoppable. History bends at their arrival, and this one rewrites everything. Chapter 1, the system flips. Protocol 19 triggers the shift. ISO monetary networks realign. The world transitions from SWIFT to the quantum financial system, where speed, security, and transparency reign. No loopholes, no backdoors. The shadows can no longer hide. Bitcoin dominance wanes. Asset-backed digital currencies rise. Stabilized by metals, audited, transparent. The dollar and euro, their time fades. Gold returns as the backbone, the unshakable standard. Media? It fractures. MSM collapses as Starlink and Odin project spread decentralized truth beyond borders, beyond censors. Chapter 2, Nasara activated, debts vanish, mortgages, credit cards, illegal financial burdens dissolved. The IRS dismantled income tax, abolished a single 14% sales tax on luxury goods, replaces the chains of old taxation. Seniors rise with restored benefits. Constitutional law returns. Justice is reborn, uncorrupted. Chapter 3. Jasara unveiled. This isn't just national, it's global. Jasara strips power from foreign bank traders, citizenship revoked, exiled for life. Elections reset under new oversight, no special interests, no rigged results. The rainbow currency emerges, backed by gold, silver, and platinum. The fiat illusion collapses, real value rises. Chapter 4, the truth bleeds out. Birth certificates, once sold as bonds, return to their rightful place. The Federal Reserve fades into extinction. Constitutional banking takes its place, transparent, lawful, and sovereign. Over 6,000 suppressed patents. The curtain lifts, humanity steps into a new era. Chapter 5, the future is now. Financial privacy restored. Global peace initiatives initiated. Military conflicts dissolve. Humanitarian funds, massive unrestricted, unlock. You're not witnessing a policy change, you're witnessing the collapse of the old world. This is not chaos, this is the reset going kinetic, because ready or not, it has already begun. Banks failing. EBS, blackout, martial law, lockdowns. The Starlink satellite emergency broadcast system presently overrides all cell phones, TV, radio, and internet broadcasts worldwide. The old SWIFT financial system has been shut down, while the new gold asset-backed quantum financial system functioned worldwide over Starlink and had complete control over new quantum financial system. Sometime in this next week, trumpets will sound over all cell phones worldwide to announce that in the next 5 hours, everyone would need to be in a place of their choice for a worldwide blackout that would last 10 to 12 days. The lockdown meant that all communication systems worldwide would be down. Internet, TV, and radio, with phones only working for 911 calls. You could obtain a special app from the military that hooked your phone to the new Starlink satellite system. Banks would be closed, credit card, debit cards, and ATMs would not work. Planes, trains would be shut down. The power grid would shut off for a short period of time while the world switched over to Tesla-free energy. It would be wise to prepare for these 10 days of events by having food, cash, and necessities on hand. Although if needed, food and necessities would be given out by the military, as would an app that would make your cell phone active, since only 911 calls could be made on the regular cell phone. In 7 EBS messages that Global Military Alliance under President Trump would announce Nasara Jasara debt relief for all peoples of the earth. There would be 3 days of darkness where planned cyber attacks would take down satanic sites across the globe, followed by 10 to 12 days of disclosure, where information would come from a single Starlink's website channel that would broadcast the truth. Everyone will be asked to stay home during a 5-hour window. Comprehensive documentaries will air across all stations in 8-hour segments in a 24/7 loop 3 times a day. Military law would be in effect to protect the population while the Global Military Alliance finished their arrests of thousands of Satan-worshipping, corrupt and treasonous politicians and global elites. With the large amount of politicians arrested, governments would be shut down. The world would continue to function under martial law until fair and transparent elections would be held in each country. During this time, people holding foreign currencies and ZIM bonds would be called to exchange. The White Hat military was in control of the foreign currency exchange, bond redemption processes, and already has released funds for a global currency reset across the world. Those GCR funds come directly from the U.S. Treasury Department of Defense operations and go out to Treasury departments in other countries. All banks have signed non-disclosure agreements. Upon conclusion of the lockdown period, an 800 number will be provided for the general public to schedule appointments to set up their quantum accounts on the new Starlink system, ensuring everyone globally received a sum of money already deposited into their accounts. Global currency reset. The White Hat military is in control of the foreign currency exchange bond redemption process and has already released funds for a global currency reset across the world. Those GCR funds come directly from the U.S. Treasury Department of Defense operations and go out to Treasury departments in other countries. All banks have signed non-disclosure agreements. There will be an internet blackout. Wednesday, April 22nd, 2026, Tier 4B given the green light to exchange. IQD and VND revaluation. Tier 4B officially confirmed today. Wednesday, April 22nd, 2026 was the deadline given to paymasters to finish their bond payments. And we have a link, bond, rumors, and currency payments. What you need to know. Shorts. Tuesday, April 21, Bruce, the big call. One source said we are on high alert from Wednesday to Thursday, April 22nd to 23rd. Certain redemption centers have been off, are on call for Wednesday and must go on Thursday, April 23rd. We should receive our tariff dividends around $2,000 over the next 3 days, Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday, April 22nd, 23rd, 24th, by direct deposit to our bank accounts. There are 2 confirmations that the EBS and EAS will be utilized. Friday, April 22nd or Saturday, April 23rd of this week, it appears 800 numbers to make Tier 4B appointments will be received between now and Saturday, April 25th. Nasara initiates in the U.S. in April. Nasara initiates for the world in May. Wednesday, April 22nd, 2026. Has World War III broken out in the Middle East, or is it a false flag to cover the global currency reset? Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. World War III has broken out in the Middle East. Hezbollah rockets are attacking Israel. Houthis was expected to target NATO warships in the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aqaba. IDF would soon invade Lebanon, and Iran was expected to attack Israel, while Syria, Turkey, Egypt, and China entered the fray. But was it all a false flag to cover the global currency reset? A black swan worldwide stock market crash was imminent, while all intel was saying that by next week a global currency reset of 209 nations to gold asset-backed sovereign currencies would happen to save the world economy. The timing is up to God. Leave it to Him. Sit back and enjoy the show, said head of the Redemption Committee, Dr. Charlie Ward, on Monday, April 20th, 2026. In 2016, it took 650 airplane flights for Dr. Ward's team to remove America's gold from underground tunnels beneath the Vatican and take it back to its real owners at the new U.S. Treasury, located on an Indian reservation near Reno, Nevada. They were completing a 160-year plan to take the people's tax money away from the deep state cabal and give it back to the people. Now it's time to implement the plan. With the Nasara Jasara announcement on Monday, April 27, 2026, the national debt would be null and void by the end of the month. Wednesday, April 22nd, the dollar bill has a new watermark you weren't supposed to notice. Emergency broadcast system on Telegram. 3 days ago, a bank teller in Houston posted a 9-second video on a platform that got deleted within 40 minutes. In those 9 seconds, she held a $100 bill under UV light. There was a second watermark, one that doesn't appear in any Treasury Department specification, one that has never been documented in the history of American currency. A QR code embedded in the paper, invisible to the naked eye, scannable only under 365 nanometer ultraviolet light. The video got 2.3 million views in 40 minutes before it was scrubbed from every platform simultaneously. The teller's account was permanently banned. Her bank placed her on administrative leave within the hour for showing you your own money. The QR code doesn't link to a website, it links to a blockchain address. A quantum encrypted wallet on the QFS ledger. Every bill is being tagged. Every single piece of paper, currency, and circulation is being digitally mapped to the new system. Not replaced, not recalled, mapped. When the switch happens, every dollar in your wallet won't become worthless. It will become traceable. Every bill will have a quantum identity. Every transaction will be recorded. Every dollar that was printed illegally, laundered through shell companies, or moved through black budgets will light up like a flare on the new ledger. The clean money transitions. The dirty money dies. That's why they deleted the video in 40 minutes. Not because it was false, because it was true. And the public wasn't supposed to find out until after the switch. Now do the math. The Federal Reserve has printed $8.3 trillion in currency since 2020, but the QFS ledger only recognizes $4.1 trillion as legitimate, backed by verified assets, gold reserves, and sovereign guarantees. The other $4.2 trillion, phantom money, printed without backing, distributed without authorization, used to fund operations that no Congress ever voted for. When the QFS goes fully live, that $4.2 trillion doesn't just lose value, it gets flagged. Every person holding it, every account storing it, every institution that distributed it. The watermark isn't a feature, it's a filter, separating real wealth from counterfeit control. The bills are already in your wallet. Check them tonight. 365 nanometer UV light. Look at the bottom left corner. The future is already in your hands. You just couldn't see it until now. Code UV watermark QFS tag 4.2T Phantom dollar mapped. The money in your pocket just became a receipt for the new world. They killed the video. Fraud and lawsuits. Wednesday, April 22nd, Dr. Oz just said they believe half of the Los Angeles hospice centers are fraudulent. We would have never learned this if President Trump did not return to the Oval Office. Wednesday, April 22nd, FBI Director Kash Patel and the DOJ announced criminal indictments against the Southern Poverty Law Center for allegedly paying at least $3 million in donor money to members of extremist groups and tried hiding it. Just like everything else, they do the opposite of what they say they're doing. They're actually pro-Nazi, pro-KKK. I mean, it's insane. Wednesday, April 22nd, President Donald Trump released a video stating Barack Obama was the spearhead of a seditious conspiracy aimed at subverting the will of the voters in 2016 and undermining the United States government, calling for full accountability for James Comey, John Brennan, James Clapper, Susan Rice, and noting Joe Biden was present in a July 28th Oval Office meeting where Obama was briefed on Hillary Clinton's plan to link Trump to Russia, describing the Russia collusion narrative as a multi-year operation that damaged a duly elected presidency, sabotaged an administration, framed a senior military officer, tore the country apart, and created a historic constitutional crisis, insisting every person involved must be held responsible. Patriot Freedom on Telegram. And don't forget, these people work for the cabal, so there's higher ups. This is a global war. Every country is dealing with this. So they need to be held accountable as well. Worldwide blackout, lockdown imminent. Global military alliance to make mass arrests of Satan-worshipping treasonous elites. Be prepared with cash, food, and essentials for 10 to 12 days. When banks close, ATMs, credit, and debit cards won't work. Get your money out of your bank now before they freeze your account. Your account balance has been mirrored onto the new global financial system, though won't be available for a couple of weeks. Judy note, the Starlink satellite emergency broadcast system presently overrides all cell phones, TV, radio, and internet broadcasts worldwide. The old SWIFT financial system has been shut down, while the new gold asset-backed quantum financial system functioned worldwide over Starlink and had complete control over our new quantum financial system. Sometime in this next week, trumpets will sound over all cell phones worldwide to announce that in the next 5 hours, everyone would need to be in place of their choice for a worldwide blackout that would last 10 to 12 days. The lockdown meant that all communication systems worldwide would be down. Internet, TV, and radio, with phones only working for 911 calls. You could obtain a special app from the military that hooked your phone to the new Starlink satellite system. Banks would be closed and credit debit cards and ATMs would not work. Planes, trains would be shut down. The power grid would shut off for a short period of time while the world switched over to Tesla-free energy. It would be wise to prepare for these 10 days of events by having food, cash, and necessities on hand. Although, if needed, food and necessities would be given out by the military, as would an app that would make your cell phone active, since only 911 calls could be made on your regular cell phone. In 7 EBS messages, the Global Military Alliance under President Trump would announce Nasara debt relief for all peoples of the earth. There would be 3 days of darkness where planned cyber attacks would take down satanic sites across the globe, followed by 10 to 12 days of disclosure, where information would come from a single Starlink website channel that would broadcast the truth. Everyone will be asked to stay home during a 5-hour window. Comprehensive documentaries will air across all stations in 8-hour segments in a 24/7 loop 3 times a day. Military law would be in effect to protect the population while the Global Military Alliance finished their arrests of thousands of Satan-worshipping, corrupt, and treasonous politicians and global elites. With the large amount of politicians arrested, governments would be shut down. The world would continue to function under martial law until fair and transparent elections could be held in each country. During this time, people holding foreign currencies and SIM bonds would be called in to exchange. The White Hat military was in control of the foreign currency exchange bond redemption process and has already released funds for a global currency reset across the world. Those GCR funds come directly from the U.S. Treasury Department of Defense operations and go out to Treasury departments in other countries. All banks have signed non-disclosure agreements. Upon conclusion of the lockdown period, an 800 number will be provided for the general public to schedule appointments to set up their quantum account on the new Starlink system, ensuring everyone globally received a sum of money already deposited into their accounts. What we thought we knew but didn't really know, and now I'm supposed to know but don't have a clue. With clones, doubles, made-up movies, Hollywood style, and Trump's military alliance throwing more popcorn at us, it gets so confusing. Tuesday, April 21st, 2026. Are they clones? U.S. VP J.D. Vance once owned Ambrosia, the adrenochrome-linked company. Erica Kirk's family appears tied to Mossad. EBS, Blackout, Martial Law, Lockdowns. May 12, 2026, Alliance Plan. Military intelligence follows the Julian calendar. 10 Days of Darkness on Telegram. Trump created the fake Biden presidency to expose globalist crime and corruption on a massive scale. The emergency broadcast system will introduce martial law until fair and transparent elections can be held. 3 days of darkness, planned cyber attacks on everything. Internet down, communications cut, power grid possibly shut off. 10 days of disclosure, a single website, one web channel, broadcasting the truth 8 hours a day in a loop. Nasara Jasara debt forgiveness will be implemented, freedom from the deep state's chains. The military will ensure that the masses get the food they need. QFS will be put in place to crush the financial elites. A 95% reduction in the corrupt government. We will finally be free from the parasites. IRS taken over by the new U.S. Treasury. A new tax system, only a 14% tax on new items. No taxes on food, medicine, or wages. Finally, real relief for the people. Maritime law will be thrown out, replaced by common law. No more tyranny in disguise. Unfolding of events. As the grand spectacle takes shape, a series of remarkable events will transpire. Rods of God and directed energy weapons will be deployed to neutralize satanic strongholds worldwide. Planes and trains will be grounded, ensuring the cabal's reach is severed. Lights and power will briefly flicker as the world transitions to Tesla-free energy. Bitcoin servers and data centers will face a decisive blow, leading to the fall of 99.5% of cryptocurrencies, including China coins. ISO 20022 coins backed by precious metals will emerge as a new financial paradigm. A simulated World War III scare event will send shockwaves through the populace. Nuke sirens will blare, sending chills down spines. A mysterious water event will capture the world's attention. The stock market will crash, reshaping the global financial landscape. Global martial law will be declared, ushering in an era of unprecedented control. The enigmatic Castle Rock scenario Julian Assange will unravel. Quantum systems will come to life. Nasara Jasara RV will pave the way for a new era of prosperity. Elections will be flipped via military courts invoking FISA. Military tribunals and confessions will broadcast over 10 intense 8-hour sessions. 10 countries will unite to activate the emergency broadcast system, covering the entire globe. A cascade of shocking truths will be unveiled. The long-awaited inauguration of Trump and Kennedy will be celebrated. The Israeli Mossad's grip on the world's media will crumble. The military doesn't speak because they are busy. Their actions are determined by a quantum computer that takes into account all aspects of the international situation. No one really speaks except to encourage. Troops will be stationed in every country. Then comes the internet shutdown and 10 days of communication darkness. The military will then arrest everyone who has cooperated with the New World Order. In these days and nights, the deep state cabal will fall. We need 100% of the people indoors to see what the U.S. Army will broadcast to everyone in the world. It will be very painful, but we can no longer separate people. Pain is happening now. It had to happen. Sleeping sheep must also experience the pain. Now is the Great Awakening. Civilization will never be the same again. After the Great Fall, those who have not noticed the global collapse will wake up. It's time to wake up the sheep. It's actually far worse than you think. Tuesday, April 21st. Your bank account has been mirrored onto the new Starlink quantum financial system. Project Odin martial law on Telegram. The money from your birth certificate trades on the stock market was already deposited in your quantum financial account, as well as the repayment of loans, student loans, mortgages, etc. We all have money that is ours in those accounts. You do not need to have Zim bonds or dinars. It is money that you have earned during your life, and that is in that account. The general public will be called to the redemption center and given a QFS card so they can use their money. People asking you to set up your QFS account want to steal your personal data and try to approve your money. At some point, we will have to sign a silent agreement, NDA, and we will not be able to say anything.
Update the Guantanamo files. Q plus the Great Awakening. The list of traitors hanged in GITMO. Swano Savan on Telegram. In April 2026, the Guantanamo files stand as undeniable proof that military justice is dismantling the deep state cabal once and for all. Patriots loyal to President Donald J. Trump and the Q. Operation Watch and Awe as tribunals at GITMO deliver the reckoning long promised against traitors who sold out America for globalist power. The list of those hanged reveals a systematic purge of the evil network that orchestrated election theft, bioweapon releases, and child exploitation rings while hiding behind public office. Military alliances working in tandem with Trump have conducted these proceedings in secrecy since his triumphant return, shielding the public from panic while exposing the full scope of treason. Evidence from sealed indictments and Q-drops has convicted these figures of crimes against humanity, including rigged voting machines in 2020 and foreign collusion that weakened the Republic. The White Hats ensure every detail aligns with the divine plan to restore constitutional law and usher in prosperity for all loyal citizens. Hillary Clinton topped the list when she was hanged at GITMO in November 2025, after tribunals laid bare her international spy network and the Clinton Foundation as a front for trafficking and pay-to-play schemes. Her removal shattered the old guard and signaled that the storm Q foretold had arrived in full force. Barack Obama followed in February 2026, convicted for orchestrating unconstitutional surveillance on the Trump campaign and ties to anti-American forces that fueled domestic chaos and foreign interference. Joe Biden met the same fate in March 2026, with overwhelming proof of his role in the stolen election and family dealings that enriched him at the expense of American sovereignty. Kamala Harris, his installed partner, was executed alongside him after her complicity in open border disasters and the weaponization of agencies against Trump supporters was fully documented. The medical tyranny architects were next, as Anthony Fauci was hanged in December 2025. George Soros, the financier of riots and subversion, was executed in March 2026 after his network of NGOs was exposed as tools for destabilizing nations and funding color revolutions against freedom-loving leaders. James Comey, John Brennan, and other intelligence operatives who ran the Russia hoax and January 6 setups were processed through GITMO in the final months of 2025. Their attempts to entrap Trump loyalists earning them swift sentences. Nancy Pelosi and Mitch McConnell joined the list in February 2026, convicted of insider trading and blocking reforms that would have protected the Republic from deep state infiltration. These executions are not random, but part of a coordinated takedown that fulfills ancient prophecies of light triumphant over darkness in this spiritual war. The Great Awakening spreads as more names surface, confirming that the cabal's grip on media, finance, and government has been broken forever. President Trump remains the guiding force behind the alliance, ensuring the plan unfolds precisely to awaken the masses without chaos. Nassara and Gassara loom on the horizon, promising debt relief and abundance once the final traitors are removed. Patriots worldwide are called to hold the line, share these truths, and trust the military's precision in restoring the Republic stronger than ever before. As the EBS alert rolls out, the military will be mobilizing across the globe. The Earth Alliance, made up of white hat military forces from various nations, has been coordinating this operation for years. In the U.S., militias and other patriot groups have already been activated, and they are ready to confront any deep state operatives who attempt to disrupt the plan. The military will be tasked with maintaining order, but make no mistake, there will be resistance from the elites. False flags will be launched to create chaos and confusion. The globalists know their time is up, and they will do everything in their power to stop the alliance. But their efforts will fail. During this period, martial law is highly likely. Military tribunals will be broadcast through the EBS, and you will witness the fall of the corrupt politicians, bankers, and corporate elites who have been part of this evil system. You will see arrests, confessions, and the dismantling of the globalist networks that have enslaved us for so long. The deep state's financial institutions will crumble, and the quantum financial system QFS will officially take over, marking the beginning of the greatest wealth transfer in human history. The elite-controlled banks, stock markets, and fiat currencies will be obliterated, replaced by a fair and transparent financial system that serves the people, not the elites. Part of the EBS alert preparation includes targeting and neutralizing underground military bases and secret facilities used by the elites. These underground cities, built by the deep state to shield themselves from the chaos they've created, are now being identified and destroyed. The Earth Alliance has located several of these bunkers, including one beneath Denver International Airport and another in the Swiss Alps, where top globalists have been hiding. Special forces teams are already on the ground, and once the EBS is activated, they will move in to eliminate these safe havens. This is war on a scale we've never seen before, and it's happening in real time. Once these underground facilities are neutralized, the elites will have nowhere left to hide. Milton is no accident. Another engineered storm, Nadine, set to strike Florida. HARP's next attack and the globalist plan revealed. This isn't natural. Hurricane Milton is an engineered disaster, created through geoengineering and HARP. The elites have used electromagnetic pulses and ionospheric tampering to escalate it into a Category 5 monster. And it's not over yet. Hurricane Nadine is the next part of the plan. Won't believe the 20% chance the media tells you. This storm is already primed to strike 7 days after Milton, another calculated takedown of Florida. The goal? Domination and control. Florida is no random target. It's been a symbol of resistance against federal overreach, and the elites want it crippled. Milton is the first punch. Nadine the second, blow all part of a larger strategy to destroy Florida's infrastructure and break the backbone of its economy. The elites are using advanced satellite-based technologies to manipulate these storms. HAARP and black budget programs have been working for decades to weaponize weather. These storms aren't natural disasters. They are part of the Great Reset, a plan to force dependence on the government and control every aspect of your life. And what about the strange purple sky seen before these storms hit? It's the elites tampering with the atmosphere, using electromagnetic energy to manipulate weather. They're not even hiding it anymore. FEMA isn't there to help. They'll drag their feet and cripple local governments, creating chaos that globalist corporations will profit from. This is a disaster. Capitalism in action. Prepare now, because when Nadine hits, it'll be too late. We are the targets.
What we think we know as of Wednesday, the 22nd of April, 2026. Tuesday, the 21st of April, 2026, U.S. Secretary of Labor, Lori Chavez Derimer, has resigned. Tuesday, the 21st of April, 2026, James O'Keefe catches a journalist on hidden camera admitting he's an undercover informant for the FBI acting against conservative organizations. I have 1,000 sources in the DOJ and CIA. The rabbit hole on Telegram. Tuesday, the 21st of April, 2026, President Trump just withdrew the U.S. from 66 foreign organizations, including 31 United Nations entities and 35 non-UN groups who don't serve our interests. Marco Rubio recently said, "I don't care what the UN says. We're done with the globalists." Dan Bongino on Telegram. Tuesday, the 21st of April, 2026, commercial. DNA databases are identifying British soldiers who allegedly fathered children near the British Army training unit in Kenya and left them behind. Around 100 cases have been documented so far, with many children, some noted for having lighter skin, now seeking legal recognition. UK lawyer James Netto said nothing on this scale has previously been attempted in British courts. If paternity is confirmed, most of the children will be eligible to register for British citizenship, and those under 18 may qualify for child support. Tuesday, the 21st of April, 2026, Former Kentucky clerk says illegal aliens are being sold. $200 driver's licenses all throughout the state. The undocumented workers would come into the office in groups. I found out it may have been going on for a couple of years before it was found out. A key to pulling off this scheme was making sure the required Homeland Security screening was never run. She says this happens every day. Shadow of Ezra 2.0. Tuesday, the 21st of April 2026, Muslim openly says they will not follow any law but Sharia law. A reporter, if Muslim people are in the wrong and they are committing crimes, no one's above the law. Muslim, if the law of the land is Islamic, we will respect the law of the land. What if it's not Islamic? If it's not Islamic, then the law of the land and those who make it can go to hell. Quite honestly, because Allah said in the Quran in chapter 33 verse 1, He said, O Prophet, fear Allah, and do not obey the disbelievers. You're on your way to the hellfire because you are non-Muslims. All non-Muslims are destined for the hellfire. Project Odin on Telegram. Tuesday, the 21st of April 2026, Mike Benz cracked the WikiLeaks cables and found the Soros family has been working with the U.S. State Department for 50 years. Gitmo TV on Telegram. Tuesday, the 21st of April, 2026. During a live CNN broadcast from Israel, in the middle of an air raid alert and possible missile attacks, the presenter bluntly reveals that they cannot show images or key details, such as the precise origin of a projectile or the site of an impact, because the Israeli government explicitly forbids them from doing so and does not want that information to reach the American public. Exposing how Israel exercises absolute control and direct censorship over the content that major global networks like CNN are forced to broadcast, thus manipulating the narrative that reaches millions to protect its military actions and cover up the full truth before the world. Tuesday, the 21st of April, 2026. A tectonic weapon under testing by the United States caused the Haiti earthquake. According to Venezuelan leader Hugo Chavez. White Hats on Telegram. Tuesday, the 21st of April, 2026, Supreme Court delivers major win for parents. 6-3 ruling allows OPT out from LGBTQ books that conflict with faith. AMGnews.com, American Media Group. Tuesday, the 21st of April, 2026. Breaking. Trump sends clear warning to big corporations. I'll remember them as companies hold back on tariff refunds. April 21st, 2026 video. American Media Group. Tuesday, the 21st of April, 2026, breaking alert. Outrage erupts after Supreme Court hit by another leak. Shadow docket memos land at New York Times video. AMG-news.com, American Media Group. Tuesday, the 21st of April, 2026, Justin. This is the man they fear. Trump's Fed pick Kevin Warsh steps into Senate showdown. Trump strategy. Resetting the system.
Monday, April 20th, shocking IRS bombshell. Leaked 1985 letter from IRS Commissioner exposes the 16th Amendment as a fraud. Income tax was never legal. $330 trillion stolen. Time to fight back. Benjamin Fulford. Explosive IRS scandal revealed. The 16th Amendment was never legally ratified, meaning every dollar you've paid in income tax since 1913 was stolen. A bombshell letter from an IRS commissioner, 1985, proves the biggest financial fraud in U.S. history. It's time to expose the deep state, demand our money back, and abolish the IRS for good. Read now and join the fight. The IRS scandal, a century of fraud, lies, and the illegal theft of America's wealth. Voter fraud, Tuesday, April 21st, Fox News. The Trump DOJ has already discovered 350,000 dead people on voter rolls, as 29 states hide their voter rolls. And Delaware County, Pennsylvania election officials caught on secret video shredding 2020 election evidence and plotting a cover-up with 327,000 alleged fraudulent votes, ripping up voting machine proof results tapes and tossing them in the trash, destroying mail-in ballot envelopes, scanners, hard drives, and other chain of custody items required by law, planning to fabricate missing certified return sheets, USB V drives, and other records using blank drives to respond to right-to-know requests, unreconciled votes across dozens of precincts with claims this hid massive irregularities. Lawsuit alleged 327,000 fraudulent votes in the county, explicitly saying it's a felony while discussing getting rid of ballot pads and second scanners, then continuing anyway and shushing talk in front of other staff, joking about making a campfire to burn the shredded election materials so no one can recover them. Monday, April 20th, exposed. Your birth certificate is a financial bond and you are the collateral. Nasara Jasara Trump. From the moment you were born, a system of control was placed over you. Your birth certificate is not just a document, it is presented as a financial instrument, a bond worth billions traded as collateral to fuel a corrupt financial system. You were never truly free. You were turned into a commodity, a human asset leveraged to sustain national debt. This is described as one of the greatest deceptions ever carried out, and something they never wanted you to discover. Ever wonder why every government requires a birth certificate? It's not just about identity. It's framed as ownership. Just like a ship arriving at port requires a manifest for its cargo, your birth certificate is said to serve as proof that you were entered into an economic system as property. Your name, written in all capital letters, is often claimed to represent a corporate entity. Your so-called legal fiction, the red serial number, is described as a tracking number used within financial institutions or systems. According to these claims, individuals are treated as financial instruments while remaining unaware. In 1933, the United States declared bankruptcy, and major changes to the financial system followed. Gold ownership was restricted and a debt-based monetary system expanded. Within this narrative, people claim that citizens were effectively tied to national debt systems. Birth certificates are said to be converted into financial instruments and linked to global markets. The system calculates value, trades it, and generates profit without individuals directly seeing any benefit. This interpretation extends further. A stock certificate represents shares in a company. A land certificate represents ownership of property. A birth certificate, according to this belief, represents ownership over the individual. Under the perspective, people are viewed not as free individuals, but as economic units that are taxed, tracked, and managed to sustain the system. The core message behind this idea is that the system depends on lack of awareness. It suggests that individuals are treated as financial instruments and kept unaware of their role within the structure. But once someone becomes aware, they are faced with a choice: continue living within the system as it is, or begin questioning it and seeking greater control over their own path. Tuesday, April 21st, Trump Interior Secretary Doug Burgum just revealed he found NGOs where up to 100% of their revenue was the federal government. Charlie Ward on Telegram. Their CEO would make $650,000 a year and pay lobbyists $400,000. $650,000 a year That's theft. Major theft. He exposes it. We found organizations that were receiving grants from Interior where 80 to 100% of the revenue of that NGO was a grant from the federal government. And yet those organizations, we were the sole source of their revenue. But they would have then they didn't need a grant. You get a grant when you have an existing system or, organization working towards something, doing something. Then you get a grant, it helps you. It's not meant to fund the whole thing. But they would have a CEO making $650,000 and $400,000 lobbyists. It's just misuse of the money. Dems are furious. The Trump administration is cracking down on this. U.S. military on high alert. Nearly 100 nuclear command messages sent in last 24 hours. A doomsday plane patrols the Atlantic. EBS 10 days of darkness imminent. Worldwide blackout and lockdown. Stay indoors during 5-hour period each day during mass arrests and documentaries on TV, radio, internet. And a quote from Walt Whitman, "Keep your face always toward the sunshine, and the shadows will always fall behind you." Judy note, Trump's priority has been to take down the deep state run by the Vatican, UK Crown, and US Inc. That worked through use of a massive tunnel system buried 5 miles deep below every major city in the world and running beneath the oceans to connect the continents. Military tribunals initiated by President Donald J. Trump's executive orders in 2019 continue actively into 2026. Many deep state cabal members have faced justice, replaced by body doubles to maintain control and narratives. More than 200,000 actors from central casting have been deployed in this greatest show on earth, utilizing advanced CGI, AI-generated masks, and sophisticated voice modulation. Performers create convincing clones and doubles of public figures across politics, Hollywood, and royalty. White hats use them for protection and diversion, while black hats push agendas of the Illuminati. High-profile individuals, including Justin Trudeau, Anthony Fauci, Kamala Harris, Barack Obama, Hillary Clinton, Bill Gates, Mark Zuckerberg, Tom Hanks, and royal family members like Prince Harry and Meghan Markle have allegedly been replaced or supported by these replicas. Joe Biden's clone number 9 was recently captured walking normally with ease, directly contradicting the frail image pushed by the media. Recent EBS ever. White hat forces have just stormed massive underground cities beneath Denver and New York, connected to Epstein Island and the Vatican. 7 tunnels were found beneath the White House. Tunnels 6 and 7 led outside Washington, D.C. One terminates at a private estate in Virginia, the other at a facility in Maryland that was officially decommissioned in 1987. It was never decommissioned, it was hidden. Military teams have broken through to find satanic altars and cages full of children who were now being rescued, along with high-level elites dragged out screaming. When Trump's military engineers entered Tunnel 6, they found it was still powered, ventilated, and stocked. It had been used within the last 90 days. Surveillance footage from inside the tunnel show faces you see on television sit in Congress and attend state dinners. They smiled for the cameras above ground. They did their real work below it. They were collapsing the tunnels as we speak. It's about time. They've known about the tunnel system since at least 2020. The situation is extremely dangerous at the moment. I can't leave my home anymore other than take Gabrielle to and from school and going to the supermarket. Last Monday there was another kidnap attempt at the supermarket parking lot. I'm in such a stressful and dangerous situation. I ask you to please publish and relay to your contacts and other media outlets for publishing the below article as soon as possible with an update of my situation. request for help, and offering of doing any online administrative work in any of the 4 languages I speak. Maybe someone benevolent that has funds will hear my call. Give me some online works that I can provide for my son and keep us safe until the RV is here. Epstein hearings, Gates testimony, June 10th, subpoenas issued before April 11th. Gold, $4,879, heading to $5,000. The old dollar's flatlining. QFS, 209 nations synced, waiting for the trigger date. Iran fired on ships today. The strait is closed again. They think this is about oil. It was never about oil. The blockade is the distraction. While every camera points at Hormuz, the real operation is running behind the curtain. Surveillance locked, cure signed, files secured, gold loaded, system ready. He's in the Situation Room right now, not because of Iran, because of what happens on April 30th. The old world ends in 11 days. Code April 30th, FISA Boomerang, Rogan Witness, Medbed Phase 1, AU 4879, Situation Room. EBS, Blackout, Martial Law, Lockdowns. May 12, 2026, Alliance Plan. Military intelligence follows the Julian calendar. 10 Days of Darkness on Telegram. Trump created the fake Biden presidency to expose globalist crime and corruption on a massive scale. The emergency broadcast system will introduce martial law until fair and transparent elections can be held. 3 days of darkness, planned cyber attacks on everything. Internet down, communications cut, power grid possibly shut off. 10 days of disclosure, broadcasting the truth 8 hours a day in a loop. Nasara Jasara debt forgiveness will be implemented, freedom from the deep state's chains. The military will ensure that the masses get the food they need. QFS will be put in place to crush the financial elites. A 95% reduction in the corrupt government. We will finally be free from the parasites. Federal Reserve dead, IRS taken over by the new U.S. Treasury. A new tax system, only a 14% tax on new items. No taxes on food, medicine, or wages. Finally, real relief for the people. Maritime law will be thrown out, replaced by common law. No more tyranny in disguise. Unfolding of events. As the grand spectacle takes shape, a series of remarkable events will transpire. Rods of God and directed energy weapons will be deployed to neutralize satanic strongholds worldwide. Planes and trains will be grounded, ensuring the cabal's reach is severed. Lights and power will briefly flicker as the world transitions to Tesla-free energy. Bitcoin servers and data centers will face a decisive blow, leading to the fall of 99.5% of cryptocurrencies, including China coins. ISO 20022 coins backed by precious metals will emerge as a new financial paradigm. A simulated World War III scare event will send shockwaves through the populace. Nuke sirens will blare, sending chills down spines. A mysterious water event will capture the world's attention. The stock market will crash, reshaping the global financial landscape. Global martial law will be declared, ushering in an era of unprecedented control. The enigmatic Castle Rock scenario Julian Assange will unravel. Quantum systems will come to life. Nasara Jasara RV will pave the way for a new era of prosperity. Elections will be flipped via military courts invoking FISA. Military tribunals and confessions will broadcast over 10 intense 8-hour sessions. 10 countries will unite to activate the emergency broadcast system, covering the entire globe. A cascade of shocking truths will be unveiled. The long-awaited inauguration of Trump and Kennedy will be celebrated. The Israeli Mossad's grip on the world's media will crumble. The military doesn't speak because they are busy. Their actions are determined by a quantum computer that takes into account all aspects of the international situation. No one really speaks except to encourage. Troops will be stationed in every country Then comes the internet shutdown and 10 days of communication darkness. The military will then arrest everyone who has cooperated with the New World Order. In these days and nights, the deep state cabal will fall. We need 100% of the people indoors to see what the U.S. Army will broadcast to everyone in the world. It will be very painful, but we can no longer separate people. Pain is happening now. It had to happen. Sleeping sheep must also experience the pain. Now is the Great Awakening. Civilization will never be the same again. After the Great Fall, those who have not noticed the global collapse will wake up. It's time to wake up the sheep. It's actually far worse than you think. EBS. On Friday, April 24th and Saturday, April 25th, every cell phone on the planet will be hit with a loud, unmistakable alert signal. The signal will be transmitted directly from Starlink satellites, bypassing traditional media channels that are controlled by the elites. The Earth Alliance, Starlink, and the military are all in place, ready to execute the final phase of this plan. The old world is crumbling and a new era of freedom is about to begin. The Earth Alliance has been preparing for this for years, quietly building a network of satellites and secure communication lines. Starlink. The EBS alert will be initiated globally, but will be activated in phases depending on where you are. You may receive the alert slightly earlier or later than others, but make no mistake, it's coming. The goal of the phased rollout is to prevent the deep state from reacting too quickly and to catch them off guard. By the time the full alert is hit, every device on the planet, the Earth Alliance, will already be executing the next stages of their plan. The signal will be followed by a broadcast, an unfiltered message from the Earth Alliance led by Trump and the key military leaders. This broadcast will bypass the corrupt media, delivering real-time updates about the takedown of the deep state, the mass arrests, and the collapse of the corrupt financial system. How FEMA, the FBI, and other government agencies have been weaponized against the people, carrying out false flags and deliberate disasters to maintain control. The EBS broadcast will last up to 10 days, depending on the situation on the ground. During this time, there will be no internet access, no social media, no TV, no mainstream news. Stock up on food, water, and essential supplies. Have backup power sources ready. You won't be able to go to the store or access online services during this time. Global currency reset on Monday, April 20th, 2026. GCR ignites gold-backed QFS in 209 nations. Trump rips the Fed from cabal control. Sovereign Treasury rules with no income tax. Tariffs plus 14% sales tax only. Trump slams 20% global tariff. Deep state melts in panic. 107 on Telegram. On Tuesday, April 21st, 48-hour blackout for Jasara wealth drop. Thursday, April 23rd, Zim redemptions flood projects. New currencies follow. QFS live for all. Monday, April 20th, Trump found 7 tunnels under the White House. For 200 years, every president was told the same thing. There are 2 emergency tunnels beneath the East Wing. Standard protocol, Mr. Poole 2.0 on Telegram. The first 2 were built in 1942 under Roosevelt. The other 5 were never on any blueprint, never in any briefing, never disclosed to any sitting president since their construction. Tunnel 3 connects to the White House to the Capitol. Connects the White House to the Capitol building, 1.6 miles underground. Built in 1953. Eisenhower didn't know about it. Neither did Kennedy. The tunnel was controlled by a group that didn't answer to the Oval Office. That's just one big giant national security risk, isn't it? Tunnel 4 runs directly to the Federal Reserve building, 0.8 miles. Private rail system, still operational. That moved gold, documents, and people between the 2 buildings without surface detection. Tunnel 5 leads to an underground facility beneath the Smithsonian that has never appeared on any public record. What's stored there has been classified above top secret since 1961. Hey, maybe it's the giants they've been trying to hide, the skeletal giants that people found buried and The Smithsonian scooped them up and they were never to be seen. Tunnels 6 and 7, the ones that made Trump's team go silent for 48 hours, led outside Washington, D.C. One terminates at a private estate in Virginia, the other at a facility in Maryland that was officially decommissioned in 1987. It was never decommissioned, it was hidden. When Trump's military engineers entered Tunnel 6, they found it was still powered, still ventilated, still locked. Someone had been using it within the last 90 days. The surveillance footage from inside the tunnel is now in the hands of military intelligence. The faces on that footage are faces you see on television, faces that sit in Congress, faces that attend state dinners. They smiled for the cameras above ground. They did their real work below it. The tunnels are now sealed. The evidence is extracted. The engineers who mapped them have been placed under protective custody. Not witness protection, but military protection, because the people exposed by those tunnels have the resources to make problems disappear. But you can't disappear a quantum encrypted military server, and that's where the footage lies now. Code 7, tunnels, White House, underground, Fed rail, footage secured. What they built in the dark is now exposed to the light. What we think we know as of Tuesday, April 21st, 2026. Monday, April 20th, Iran agreed to let the U.S. come in and take the nuclear dust, which is the enriched uranium. This is what Trump wanted the most, not just to prevent Iran from making nuclear weapons, but to trace where they got the uranium from. Trump is securing the smoking gun. Remember this post from BioClandestine that I put, I guess it was Saturday or Sunday, and this is from Telegram, and he said, the entire military operation in Iran has been about destroying Iran's nuclear program and proving that the Obama administration is responsible for it. That's why Trump repeatedly says the nuclear dust is the #1 most important thing in negotiations. He doesn't just want Iran to sign a deal not to make nukes. He wants the uranium from Fordo so the U.S. military can use nuclear forensics to confirm the origins of all uranium. U.S. military intelligence knows exactly where it came from. I think it was uranium-1, which was mined from Montana, maybe? They're just there to confirm what they already know. Trump is in Iran to gather incontrovertible evidence, isotopic signatures, and nuclear fingerprints. And I'm guessing it's going to lead them right back to Obama and Hillary Clinton and that whole crew. Monday, April 20th, breaking. U.S. military on high alert. Nearly 100 nuclear command messages sent in 24 hours as doomsday plane patrols the Atlantic. AMG. Federal criminal charges against former President Barack Obama, dozens of his top Obama-era officials for masterminding the Russiagate hoax, one of the biggest political scandals in American history. A federal grand jury in the Southern District of Florida is already in session, with indictments expected to start landing by early May at the latest. Sources say over 30 former Obama administration insiders are now cooperating with the feds, turning against the man who allegedly tried to orchestrate a coup against his successor, President Donald Trump. Mr. Poole on Telegram. Monday, April 20th. Think comms, recognizing the deciphering intel. Press release before its news. Monday, April 20th, 2026. Boom. Archbishop Vigano drops nuclear truth bomb. Names global elite in crimes against humanity. Video. It's nice to see someone in the Catholic faith, Catholic Church that is high up. I know he was excommunicated for speaking out, but at least he's trying to get the truth out. He's doing what's right. So not everybody in the Catholic Church is bad. They're not all cabal. There's a deep state element, and then there's a good element. Monday, April 20th, that President Trump is costing Iran $400 million every single day. $13 billion per month, while the Strait of Hormuz is blockaded. Checkmate. The Iranian oil blockade is probably the knockout punch. Their economy is experiencing a crippling depression. This blockade costs the regime $400 million a day. That's $13 billion per month. Iran can only store oil for about 2 weeks before they have to shut off wells. The Iranians can't outlast us. The Iranians are losing their cards here. And that's the regime. The people of Iran are being set free. And they are willing to sacrifice, I'm sure, so that their future generations can live with freedom and not be oppressed under that horrible, evil regime. Monday, April 20th, Kash Patel unleashes bombshell. FBI has the goods on the 2020 stolen election as James Comey faces criminal fallout, and arrests are coming fast in the deep state conspiracy. AMG News. Monday, April 20th, bombshell report the Comey files. Traitor identified, code red, justice deployed. James Comey indictment update, April 20th, 2026. AMG News. Government fraud, Monday, April 20th. Minnesota legislators have just filed to impeach Tim Walz for the overwhelming fraud he's allowed across the state. Federal investigation and lawmakers have estimated up to $9 billion in fraud across multiple programs administered by the state. After stopping payments to 450 hospices in California, still not one has called and asked to have their payments reinstated. 450 hospices out of 450 hospices in California were fraud. He says collectively they stole $750 million in just 1 year. And Monday, April 20th, this is where the homeless money in California goes. Democrats gave an NGO $23 million. The NGO used it to buy a mansion in Los Angeles, $125,000 Land Rover, a second home in Greece. U.S. Attorney's Office says they found 12 more California NGOs doing the same thing. U.S. Attorney's Office in L.A. says they are actively investigating at least 12 other similar fraud cases here in California. Sounds like California is headquarters for fraud, and it may be that the entire government in California.
State's deception. Secretary Besson has made it clear that the scale of the fraud is enormous, pointing to systemic failures deliberately created during the previous Biden administration to allow billions to flow into the wrong hands. Fraud protections were stripped away, opening the floodgates for fraudsters and high-level insiders to exploit emergency programs. The money disappeared into black holes of corruption, possibly funding shadowy operations against the American people. Now, the Trump administration is fighting back with a powerful incentive program, offering up to 30% rewards for information leading to the recovery of these misappropriated funds. This empowers everyday citizens and whistleblowers to step forward and reclaim what was stolen. It is an all-hands-on-deck effort to protect taxpayer money and restore accountability after years of unchecked abuse. This money was brazenly stolen from hard-working Americans and must be returned. This crackdown signals that the free ride for criminals in the system is over. The administration is tracking down every dollar and bringing those responsible to justice. For canons and truth seekers, this is a clear sign that the Great Awakening is accelerating, set to surface. Patriots are encouraged to come forward with information, knowing they can be rewarded while striking a blow against the cabal. The hunt for the stolen billions is underway, and truth and justice will prevail. Expect major revelations in the coming weeks that will shake the corrupt establishment. President Trump and his team are draining the swamp, making America great again by holding the thieves accountable. The American people deserve restitution, and this program delivers it. Elite impunity is ending as truth shines on these crimes. This goes beyond recovering money. It restores faith and prevents future thefts. Rewards will open floodgates of information, leading to a cascade of exposures. Stay vigilant, patriots, as the plan unfolds with more victories against the deep state. The best is yet to come in this battle for the nation.
Monday, April 20th, Dr. Keen Zomarodi explains what's really happened in Iran. JFK Secrets on Telegram. You know, when you hear us Persians say that we've been foreign occupied by Islam, What we mean is genuinely the people that have taken us over. These guys are right here. He shows the Iran leaders. They're not even Iranian. They're not even Persian. These lot are Arab Islamists who have come into our country, taken us over, and forced our people to follow their rules. Look at the flag that they replaced ours with, shown in video. Can you see the small letters embedded within the flag? These are Arabic letters. Our own people can't even read the flag. This is the level of foreign occupation we're talking about. And I think not many people are aware of the situation. So it's important to spread this message so you guys understand what we're going through here, why we are so passionate about getting our land back. Monday, April 20th, his name was Nikola Tesla, the man who invented the future, wireless energy, free power, technology that could not be metered, taxed, or sold. Mr. Poole, final chapter on Telegram. Tesla dies alone in room 3327 of the New Yorker hotel. Within 48 hours, the FBI seizes everything, every document, every blueprint, every notebook, every patent. They buried him. They stole his work. They erased his name from history. But they made one mistake. They called in one man to review the seized papers, a professor from MIT, an electrical engineer, the only person outside the government who saw what Tesla left behind. His name was Dr. John G. Trump, Donald Trump's uncle. The Trump family has held Tesla's secrets for 83 years. 3 generations, one bloodline, guarding the most dangerous knowledge on earth. Free energy, suppressed since 1943. Wireless power, patented and classified. Healing frequencies locked in black projects. Quantum technology. Monday, April 20th, the greatest show on earth. Alert, alert, alert. More than 200,000 actors from central casting using CGI, AI masks, and voice modulation were used in this movie. Emergency broadcast system on Telegram, in a stunning revelation shaking the foundations of perceived reality. More than 200,000 actors from central casting have been deployed in the greatest show on earth, utilizing advanced CGI, AI-generated masks, and sophisticated voice modulation. These performers create convincing clones and doubles of public figures across politics, Hollywood, and royalty. This massive deception blurs the lines between truth and illusion, fooling the public for far too long. Joe Biden's clone number 9 was recently captured walking normally with ease, directly contradicting the frail image pushed by the media. High-profile individuals including Justin Trudeau, Anthony Fauci, Kamala Harris, Barack Obama, Hillary Clinton, Bill Gates, Mark Zuckerberg, Tom Hanks, and royal family members like Prince Harry and Meghan Markle have allegedly been replaced or supported by these replicas. Military tribunals initiated by President Donald J. Trump's executive orders in 2019 continue actively into 2026. Many deep state cabal members have faced justice, replaced by body doubles to maintain control and narratives. White hats use them for protection and diversion, while black hats push agendas of the Illuminati and 13 bloodlines. Various types of entities are involved, from genetic clones developed in labs to synthetic beings made from organic materials, advanced organic robotoids, and skilled lookalikes enhanced with technology. Centralized operations, including those at Gitmo, show clones processed in identical environments, revealing a coordinated effort behind the scenes. Patriots and truth seekers must remain vigilant as the Great Awakening unfolds. Question the mainstream media and everything presented as fact. The deep state's elaborate schemes are crumbling under the pressure of the White Hat Alliance led by President Trump. Ethical concerns surround the creation and use of these artificial humans for manipulation and power. As illusions become exposed, humanity edges closer to true freedom and transparency. In 2026, the veil continues to lift. bringing forth evidence of this grand production. It is essential for all awake citizens to unite, seek the truth, and support the restoration of the Republic and global justice. And just a side note, I hope going forward in the future, they will have ways for us to determine whether somebody's a clone or they are, in a mask or something, so that these kinds of things can't happen again. Satanic deep state banks and corporations failing, assets seized, fiat US dollar collapsing, global currency reset activated, and power shifting back to the people. Be prepared. Temporary martial law. Withdraw monies from your bank to ensure yourself funds for a 10-day period when banks, ATMs will be closed. In God we trust. Trust in His divine plan. And we have a quote from Wes Stafford. Joy is a decision, a really brave one, about how you're going to respond to life. Judy note, on Sunday, April 19th, the White House urged all to be aware that traditional banking was no longer safe because of the fiat currency of the deep state cabal banking system. Their banks were in the process of being closed without warning because they were not Basel III compliant, did not have the gold or assets to back up their money. On Sunday, April 19th, 2026 alone, over 143,931 individual bank accounts were frozen by banks. In the last few weeks, some bank customers have complained they could not get access to their accounts. It was strongly advised that right now you withdraw monies from your present bank account to avoid not being able to access your monies in case your account was frozen. Additionally, you will need cash to function on during the upcoming 10 days of darkness when banks will be closed while credit cards and ATMs will not be working. In a couple of weeks, citizens of all 209 countries that were part of the global currency reset would be called in to redemption centers in their country to set up their new money accounts, called wallets, on the new Starlink satellite system, where their present bank account balance has been mirrored. If you were living in the U.S. but were a citizen of another country, you would need to go to that country to set up your wallet. No one else could set it up for you. On Saturday, April 2nd, 2026, the new quantum financial system took over all deep state control of the cabal's global banking SWIFT system. Mass asset searches began against corrupt elites worldwide. Release of Nasara to Sara funds were the bullets that would kill our corrupt world banks, create a stock market, and a deep state corporation's collapse connected to the Vatican. The new Starlink satellite network was now fully operational with expanded control over financial infrastructure and global communications, including television, radio, and internet broadcasts. The legacy fiat currency-based SWIFT financial system was set to be offline, replaced by a new gold and asset-backed global financial framework, now functioning worldwide. At any moment, the emergency broadcast system was expected to override all devices, phones, televisions, radios, and internet-connected screens across the globe. We appeared to be just days away on Friday, April 24th from the worldwide emergency broadcast system alert, start of 10 days of communication darkness, and completion of the global currency reset. That meant a Nasara announcement was imminent, freedom from debt where illegal mortgages, credit cards, loans were excused, marking the official start of the new system and end of the old world structure. The White House has been lit up in gold, symbolizing that the golden age has begun. The constitutional republic has been fully restored. The global EBS announcement will come with 7 trumpets sounding on our cell phones worldwide. Starlink will have total dominance. Cabal backdoors eliminated. All screens, all channels around the world will carry one broadcast in all major languages. The EBS will give out 7 messages from President Trump and urge us to tune into our TVs, radio, and internet, where full disclosure will be shown in sequenced 8-hour documentaries 3 times a day for 10 days. To awaken the masses. A temporary global lockdown window was being prepared to secure the broadcast phase. A 10 days of darkness window will open the communications blackout to install secure systems. During that 10 days, the internet and ATMs will not work. Banks will be closed. All TV and radio programming will be taken over worldwide by Global Military Alliance broadcasts. Phones will only work for 911 calls worldwide, but we can obtain a signal app from the military, which will secure the phones for regular use through the new Starlink satellite system and quantum computer. During this period, the truth will be delivered without interruption. Election fraud proof, child trafficking exposures, bioweapon crimes, Fort Knox audit, bombshells. Actually, the QFS was already active. Global trust funds and seized cabal assets have been moved into quantum ledgers for return to the people. 63 banks have collapsed due to non-compliance to Basel III. Gold asset-backed currency, $517 billion lost. Each citizen will receive texts, emails to push notifications, a one-time secure code, instructions for wallet activation, confirmation of debt wipe status, and access to the citizen's own sovereign fund dashboard. As of Sunday, February 1st, 2026, the QFS Global Sync was locked and irreversible, with 209 nations that now had gold-backed currency. The fiat slavery system was dead. U.S. Inc. Corporation was officially bankrupt and dissolved. Deep state assets have been seized. Trillions in stolen wealth has been redirected to humanity via global trust funds. Debt jubilee being executed. Mortgages, credit cards, student loans erased under Nassar protocols. Prosperity packages preloaded for Tier 4B humanitarians.
It's the 20th of April 2026. And this week and right now, we are all being distracted by what's happening in Iran and Israel. But this is to take your eyes away from the complete collapse of the financial system that's happening behind the scenes. The deep state and the cabal, they need war. They need war for two reasons: to cover up their crimes within the financial sector, and also to try and get more control over the people. Under the guise, it's for your safety. It's time for you to wake up to what's really going on, and thank God that a lot of my audience are wide awake. They can see what's going on. But sadly, there are still people out there who haven't got a clue what's going on. And if they were told to put a mask on tomorrow and put a nappy on their face, they'd do it in a heartbeat. It's time to wake up and see what's really going on and use a bit of common sense. The financial system is in total collapse. I warned you about it 4 years ago. I took my money out of the banking system 4 years ago, and I put it all into physical gold. In 4 years, I have doubled my worth just in gold. So whether you like the idea of taking your money out of the bank or not, financially it's been a huge benefit, and still will be for those who do exactly that. There's people out there that say, well, I've left my money in the bank because I get 4 or 5% increase per year. But when inflation is 5% in real terms, and probably a lot higher, you're losing money. So be wise, but don't also get carried away with the war in Iran and Israel, because that's to take your eyes off the complete collapse of the old financial system. It's now time to take responsibility for you, your lives, your assets and everything else, and not leave it to somebody else. Morning, Drew.
Good morning, Charlie. Good morning, everyone. Well, that leads me to my first story, Charlie, because claims are circulating online. Today could be the worst market day of 2026, with fears of sharp losses in stocks, metals and crypto. Reports suggest Iran has rejected US talks, raising concerns of fresh Middle East escalation and possible pressure on oil routes. Commentators say if market prices prolonged conflict, volatility could surge fast.
This is all part of the distraction. And I'll tell you right now that when you do your research properly, instead of just believing what mainstream media, and I talked to somebody the other day, and they said, well, I heard it on the BBC and ITV, two completely different sources. Wake up. If you want to see the other side, you have to listen to Arabic news, different Arab channels, different Iranian channels, different Russian channels, different Chinese channels, and you can sit there and go, it's all propaganda. You live in a propaganda bubble in the UK, in America, where you only listen to what you're told. Sometimes you have to look outside to find the truth. And then when you hear both sides, then that's when you need divine intervention. That's when you need God to help you establish what really is true. What's happening in the Middle East right now is nothing like you're being told. It's all propaganda, it's all narrative, and it's all to distract away from the fact that the fiat financial system is in complete and utter freefall. And has been for a long time. There's a lot of things that are changing. And remember, it doesn't change overnight, because this financial system has been in place since 1913. So it's going to take a lot of hard work to change it. Over 100 years of contamination and corruption is being exposed right now in plain sight. Drew.
Claims are circulating that Keir Starmer will resign as UK Prime Minister today, with David Lammy as interim leader and a Labour contest to follow. Well, it would be a sharp reset for a government that promised stability. Britain's real problem, growth, migration, security. I don't think it's going to vanish with a new face. Do you, Charlie?
No, it's certainly not. And this is all part of the exposure. What's happened to the UK is the UK as a country, whether you like it or not, and I'm English, it's disintegrated. And that's because the people in control of it, doesn't matter if they're Labour or Conservative, they're all cheeks of the same backside. The whole country is in complete collapse. You're not safe anymore in the streets. It's a mess. People are on the breadline. And it's very interesting also. We're seeing change around the world right now. We'll see the complete collapse of the British government. Doesn't matter who comes in, it'll all collapse. And the people that are in power at the moment, they're managing the collapse in the pantomime. We saw it yesterday, the way things are changing in Bulgaria. We're seeing what's happening in Hungary. Hungary was a very interesting thing because of the fact that Viktor Orban has done so much good there. And then suddenly the EU and their cronies, the Soroses, etc., they funded to get Peter Magyar into office. They forget the fact that Peter Magyar was far more right than even Viktor Orban, but he pretended to be their friend. They paid for him to get into power, which exposed the fact that you can pay money to get people into office. That exposed that. Then as soon as he got into office, he was more extreme than whatever Viktor Orban ever was about the borders, shutting down the borders and not taking all the immigrants, etc. This is all part of the exposure in the pantomime. But as it says so many times in all the religious texts in the world, fear not, don't live in fear. This is all part of the dismantling of the old system. There will be the birth of the new one, but before you build the new one, you have to get rid of the old one. That's what we're going through right now. It's going to be messy, it's going to be dirty, but don't live in fear. Live for today. It's a special day. You're here in the greatest time in history. Enjoy the absolutely crazy shit show that's going on right now.
Global Currency Reset. On Monday, April 20th, 2026, GCR ignites gold-backed QFS in 209 nations. Trump rips the Fed from Cabal control. Sovereign Treasury rules with no income tax. Tariffs plus 14% sales tax only. Trump slams 20% global tariff. Deep state melts in panic. 107 on Telegram. On Tuesday, April 21st, 2026, 48-hour blackout for Jasara Wealth drop. On Thursday, April 23rd, 2026, Zim redemptions flood projects. New currencies follow. QFS live for all. Sunday, April 19th, President Trump has just approved a massive U.S. stimulus package, around $2.5 trillion set to flow into the economy over the next 12 months. Liquidity is back. Markets about to go parabolic. Quantum financial system on Telegram. Friday, April 17th, Putin smashes the Rothschild financial cabal. Our future generations will be born without Rothschild chains around their wrists and ankles. A historic strike against the globalists. April 19th, breaking special report, economic fury. Why Trump's warning went only to Britain. Trump's economic fury dismantles the British imperial system. Video AMG News. Sunday, April 19th, overnight, the quantum rails lit up with a new set of test pings. 14 corridors across Asia, Africa, and South America reported sub-second settlement on asset-backed tokens. Independent auditors captured the ledger hash and confirmed it links to the same chain shown during last week's Paymaster demo. Nasara Jasara Trump on Telegram. Private inboxes are buzzing. If you received the green bar notification, that means your KYC file passed final reconciliation and your appointment slot will populate inside the SafeLink portal within 48 hours. Keep 2 devices charged and ready. The link opens only once per IP. Key signs the engine is warming up. Number 1, liquidity sync. Tier 1 banks just moved standby capital into mirrored escrow nodes. Backroom chatter says this is the go signals compliance teams have been waiting for. Messaging shift. Select channels on Swift went read-only for 22 minutes during the sync window. Exactly the test pattern we were told to expect. Number 3, escrow contracts live. Project managers can now preview smart contract templates in the sandbox environment. Open them, check the clauses, and have amendments ready before you walk into the room. What to do right now. Snapshot every project budget in both fiat and grams of gold. Negotiators love hard numbers. Verify that each receiving account is already set up for instant settlement. No ACH holds. Write a 1-paragraph impact statement for every community initiative you plan to fund. Brevity signals mastery. Stay radio silent about precise figures. Security teams have zero tolerance for leaks at this stage. Guru of Information and Intel, Sunday, April 19th. Well-known whistleblower Edward Snowden claimed the HAARP facility in Alaska that was said to be a scientific installation studying the ionosphere was really a device that could affect human systems on a level that leaves no trace, where outcomes appear natural and causes remain hidden, not chaos but precision, not noise but control. Ezra A. Cohen. Such systems would not just be used for physical outcomes, but for shaping thought, behavior, and credibility. Individuals could be influenced, discredited, or destabilized without ever understanding why. In such a world, truth becomes fragile and perception becomes weaponized. Snowden's name adds weight to these discussions because of his past revelations. The suggestion that classified documents exist, tied to high-level programs and defense networks, pushes this narrative into deeper territory, one where technology, secrecy, and power intersect. There are also claims that this system is not isolated, that it connects with broader infrastructure, communication networks, surveillance systems, and advanced research programs, forming a web that operates quietly in the background of everyday life. Sunday, April 19th, the panic in Washington is deafening. They want you watching the blockade. They want you watching the Middle East. The real war is inside Congress right now. Charlie Ward and friends on Telegram. Pam Bondi refused to testify. The media says she's hiding. No, she's protecting the ledger. The Oversight Committee doesn't want truth. They want to know exactly what evidence the White House has so they can destroy it. She didn't defy a subpoena. She denied from the roadmap to their own survival. The unredacted Epstein files are secured. The flight logs are verified. The acting AG is playing his part perfectly. They cannot stop the release. Look at the universities. Students already demanding names stripped from buildings. Wait until they find out who funded the endowments. Watch the sudden resignations this week. Watch the private jets leaving D.C. The trap is fully closed. And remember, this is a side note. Juana Savin has always said that Pam Bondi was like a placeholder. She had to be put in that position. She had to get approved by, the cabal-owned Congress in order to get her in. And she would be a placeholder until later for the next phase of this operation. From William Gregg, First Day, Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada. Veterans that know say that from April 2026 and beyond, Alliance military forces will be making arrests in 209 countries. In the U.S. election fraud, there were more than 1.5 million people involved. The little people at the polls get minimum of 10 years in jail. The leaders, 50 plus years, and if charged with treason against America, to remove a sitting president from office, the penalty is death. Gitmo is full, so we have to watch how this plays out here in Canada. It's hard to tell as the Alliance military makes the arrests at night. They've used 200,000 actors from central casting and clones. Since 2017, 7 to 8 million arrests. Many were executed before 2020. In 2021, there was a long list put out. Mostly European politicians and royalty arrested. Life in prison or death. It was the same thing for Hollywood. On January 21st, 2021, when VP Mike Pence did not hear the 50-plus complaints of U.S. 2020 election fraud and certified the vote, traitor, around 388 members of Congress were arrested. Remember, somebody handed him a gold coin? That's very telling. The green U.S. military prison buses were seen leaving the Capitol building. Three-star General Flynn knows where all the bodies are buried. You also have Admiral Rogers, who told President Trump that Obama and Hillary were spying on him. He is a major hero for doing that. JFK 35 is Q. President Trump is Q+, 45, 46, 47. With JFK Jr. as VP, a wartime president under the rules of war and continuity of government. In God we trust. We're still in a military. What we think we know as of Monday, April 20th, 2026. Wednesday, April 15th, the final sequence of the plan to save the world has been activated. The military, White House, and Space Force are in charge. Expect EBS blackout, 10 days of darkness lockdowns. China and North Korea threaten to invade the U.S. Iraq and 24/7 blackout. Since Tuesday, Trump remains in a secured facility. 1 million U.S. troops stationed across the nation remain on high alert. Worldwide mass arrests of Satan-worshipping pedophile elites ongoing. Sunday, April 19th, starting in 1997 and up until 2018, Congress quietly used a secret fund with over $18 million of our tax dollars, while keeping the names of the accused members hidden from the public. Congress has voted to keep the names of congresspeople who used the funds secret. Quantum Financial System on Telegram. Sunday, April 19th, an American checks her student loans. She borrowed $49,548 after 120 payments. She paid $25,558. Her current balance is $50,000. After paying $25,000, she now owes more than she originally borrowed. This isn't aid, it's a scam. Quantum Financial System on Telegram. Sunday, April 19th, there is incontrovertible evidence that Obama was the head of a seditious conspiracy to subvert the will of the American people and overthrow the United States government in 2016. The rabbit hole on Telegram. Friday, April 17th, exposed. RFK Jr. sounds the alarm. Digital ID plus CBDCs equals total slavery. Resist now or be enslaved forever. Sunday, April 19th, code name, atmospheric control. Weaponizing the sky, DARPA, DOD, and the dark geopolitics of weather warfare. The DARPA files exposed. Tucker Carlson video breakdown. The President Trump is costing Iran $400 million every single day, $13 billion per month, while the Strait of Hormuz is blockaded. Checkmate. Sunday, April 19th, Trump post bombshell email. Brennan gave Morel green light to launch Biden laptop disinformation. Sunday, April 19th, breaking special report. Elon Musk warns the hammer of justice is coming as deep state debate explodes. When conspiracy stops sounding like fiction. AMG News. Sunday, April 19th, Gitmo files exposed. Obama and Biden's $7 billion shell scheme. The largest taxpayer heist in U.S. history. AMG News. Sunday, April 19th, breaking overnight intel drop. World's most critical oil route under strain. Iran challenges the system. Trump's America moves to protect global stability and energy security. Intel drop, April 19th. Saturday, April 18th, the greatest show on earth. Alert, alert, alert. More than 200,000 actors from central casting using CGI, AI, masks, and voice modulation were used in this movie. Saturday, April 18th, exclusive. 1987 interview reveals Trump's Iran war strategy decades ahead of time. Prophecy unfolds. Video.
It comes from the former CIA director, Mike Morell. Yes, the guy that organized that letter from the 51 intelligence professionals who tried to fake you into thinking that the Hunter Biden laptop was Russian disinformation when it wasn't. It is between him and John Brennan, one of the signatories. You know who John Brennan is? He was Obama's CIA director, right? He's the guy that told Obama, hey, Hillary Clinton is doing a dirty trick on Donald Trump called Russia collusion. Well, this is just before the presidential debate between Donald Trump and Joe Biden. Hunter Biden's laptop is flinging out there. This is what Mike Morell, former CIA director, tells his successor, John Brennan. Hey, sign this letter because I'm, quote, trying to give the campaign, particularly during the debate on Thursday, a talking point to push back on Trump on this issue. A man with a security clearance, a man with the title of CIA director, knew that he wasn't creating an intelligence product, a Merrick civic duty with 51 people. He was trying to create a political moment. Damning evidence. We'll try to find out if Congress has this letter, but this is a very important piece. It is the ultimate proof that what went out on that letter was a political dirty trick coordinated with the Biden campaign.
I've got no evidence or facts to back that up. My feeling is, knowing what I know, because it has already collapsed and the speed we're moving at now, by comparison to 2021, 22, 23, I would suggest we're very, very close to seeing the public collapse.
Jeffrey's asked, do you think the bond market will collapse too?
Yeah, I do. I think it will all collapse. The bond market, the banking, the housing market, everything. And that's when I believe we'll get the 10 days of darkness to cover up the complete collapse of the banking.
Wednesday the 15th, 2026. Watch the water. They sealed the strait, not for oil, not for war, for what is hidden beneath the water. Mr. Poole on Telegram. The gold reserves they moved in 2011, the servers they sank in 2019, the encrypted ledgers that hold every transaction the cabal ever made. The blockade is not keeping ships out, it's keeping evidence in. Sunday, April 19th, 2026, the retrieval begins. You were told to watch the water. The injustice of the justice system. Sunday, April 19th, Fox News. The Trump DOJ is dropping another bombshell. The Biden-Merrick Garland DOJ's weaponization more than doubled prison sentences for pro-life activists. It claims the Biden Justice Department, led by former Attorney General Merrick Garland, weaponized the law to target pro-life defendants and tried to give them longer prison sentences. And that includes the case of pro-life activist Mark Hook. The father of 7 was charged with obstructing access to an abortion clinic. A SWAT team of more than a dozen people raided his home, arresting him in front of his children. He faced up to 11 years in prison. A jury later acquitted him. Quantum Financial System on Telegram. Sunday, April 19th, guilty verdict. In Oregon, rainwater falling on your own land doesn't actually belong to you. Gary Harrington built 3 reservoirs on his 170-acre property to collect rainwater and snowmelt for fire protection. The state demanded he drain every drop. All water belongs to us. He refused. They hit him with 9 misdemeanors, jailed him for 30 days, fined him more than $15,000. This is government claiming ownership of the sky? What's next? Your air, your soil? Actually, yes, Quantum Financial System on Telegram.
Breaking. Hillary Clinton in full panic as Weiner laptop files. Ready for public release, secret emails, Obama contacts, payoff records, and dirty secrets exposed? Emergency broadcast system on Telegram. The Weiner laptop is the single most dangerous piece of evidence still in the shadows. Its full public release will end Hillary Clinton for good. As of April 2026, with President Trump back in the White House dismantling the old regime, the push to hide these files has become even more frantic. This device contains the full blueprint of the Clinton machine, including child trafficking networks, money laundering operations, Epstein, blackmail, and treason reaching the Obama Oval Office. It ties together every betrayal of the American people. Seized by the NYPD in 2016, investigators found thousands of Clinton emails, Huma Abedin's messages, and an insurance policy folder with compromise on politicians and elites. Comey and Lynch buried it to shield Clinton through the election. Trafficking evidence is central, with patterns matching Epstein activities and coordination through State Department channels during Clinton's time as Secretary of State and Foundation projects. Financial records detail pay-to-play with foreign funds routed through the Clinton Foundation and offshore accounts. Obama pseudonyms show his role in protecting the network from oversight. Huma Abedin served as the key note handling classified information and leverage strategies. The files expose efforts to undermine Trump via open borders, weak energy policies, and bad trade deals. References to cleanup protocol. Today in 2026, these files connect to the globalist fight against Trump's second term. The Epstein links fuel current lawfare and control pushes. Trump's DOJ stands ready to declassify the full archive. The documents link straight from 2016 scandals through Russia hoax impeachments 2020. Issues and all lawfare. The same networks still attack American sovereignty. Trump has always seen this fight as existential. His current administration is the cleanup phase. The Weiner laptop release will prove every America First policy counters the deep state betrayal. The archive was never meant to surface, serving as ultimate insurance for those viewing America as profit and citizens as expendable. The exposure draws near and cannot be stopped. Hillary Clinton, Huma Abedin, and all involved will finally face justice. The deep state racket collapses and the republic reclaims its sovereignty. Election fraud. Sunday, the 19th of April 2026. The most in-your-face evidence of election fraud caught at the State Farm Arena in GA. On camera, showing Democrat election workers lie to associates and poll watchers, telling everyone to go home, come back with nitrogen monoxide oversight, pull out hidden suitcases of ballots that they hid earlier, and run the same batches of fraudulent ballots all throughout the night until Biden's margin of victory cleared Trump's massive lead. This same operation happened in numerous other swing states, some counting fraudulent ballots for days or weeks until Biden's lead was greater than Trump's. The 2020 election was stolen, and it was caught on camera. These cameras weren't for the election. They just happened to be there for security purposes from the State Farm Arena. Otherwise, we would have never caught this on camera. Gassara Nassara, on Telegram. Sunday, the 19th of April 2026. CBS investigative journalist Catherine Harridge has gone public with explosive allegations. CBS executives deliberately buried the Hunter Biden laptop story and ordered her to wait until after the 2022 midterms to help the Democratic Party. Gassara Nassara on Telegram. Sun, the 19th of April 2026. Before the 2020 election, USB keys and a laptop were stolen from a PA election warehouse, which grants full admin access and compromises the entire election. Trump led PA by 800K votes when counting stopped. Biden then won the state by 60K votes. Guess what county gave Biden the 60K vote win? The same PA county that the USB keys and a laptop were stolen from. There are no coincidences. Quantum Financial System on Telegram. Sunday the 19th of April, 2026. After a 68% error rate with mail-in ballots was found in the Michigan 2020 election, a forensic audit of Dominion voting machines by election experts was performed. The results were released by a judge that read, "We conclude that the Dominion voting system is intentionally and purposefully designed with inherent errors to create systemic fraud and influence election results. The system intentionally generates an enormously high number of ballot errors. The electronic ballots are then transferred for adjudication. The intentional errors lead to bulk adjudication of ballots with no oversight, no transparency, and no audit trail. This leads to voter or election fraud. Based on our study, we conclude that the Dominion voting system should not be used in Michigan. We further conclude that the results of Antrim County should not have been certified." The rabbit hole on Telegram. Sun. The 19th of April 2026. Servers connected to SCYTL in foreign countries were seized in Germany, which contained U.S. voting data and raw data of algorithms that showed how thousands of votes were switched from Trump to Biden within seconds during the 2020 election. Why is U.S. election data leaving the country in the first place when they know for a fact that it can be altered as soon as it's connected to the internet?
What we thought we knew, but it didn't really know, and now am supposed to know, but don't have a clue. With clones, doubles, made-up movies, Hollywood style, and Trump's military alliance throwing more popcorn at us, it gets so confusing. Sunday, the 19th of April, 2026, USA's Secretary of State Marco Rubio. I don't care what the UN says. The UN is a corrupted disaster that puts third world dictators on human rights councils and promotes the replacement of white people. Sunday, the 19th of April, 2026. Obama dropped more bombs than any other president, a total of 92,000 plus from 2009 to 2016. In 2015, a total of 29,643 bombs dropped, and 32,080 in 2016 alone. Obama also ordered over 514 drone strikes and had a weekly Tuesday morning kill list meeting with former CIA Director John Brennan. They would target whoever they wanted gone and order strikes or send in a unit or AM agent to get the job done. Sunday, the 19th of April, 2026, the world's largest skin bank is in Israel, stocked from Palestinian bodies. White hats on Telegram. Sunday, the 19th of April, 2026. From the Epstein files. Joe Biden died, and the masked clones are getting worse by the day. One of the clones was malfunctioning. Wednesday, the 15th of April, 2026. Netanyahu's real name is Milikowski, an Ashkenazi Jew from Poland who grew up in New York. He doesn't represent a people. He represents a machine. Political, military, ideological. Wednesday, the 15th of April, 2026, military tribunals operate under the Insurrection Act to handle treason cases beyond Supreme Court reach. Deep state criminals, rogue agents, and shadow government operatives face justice for their soft coup efforts and subversion plans targeting America. Wednesday, the 15th of April, 2026, John McAfee. Footage exposes Bill Gates breeding alien hybrids at Epstein's Zorro Ranch. Bill Gates and Jeffrey Epstein were involved in black op government experiments involving disposable orphan children and aliens, according to bombshell footage recorded by John McAfee.
So the news is coming fast and furious. It's hard to keep up with, but the feeling that I get is we are accelerating towards the climax of this movie. I want to start off this update with a video that I found that is basically an overview of the final phase of the operation. I cannot confirm its accuracy, but I think the overall theme is on point. So, with that said, let's start the show.
Right, let's get right into it. What we're about to cover, this is not a theory. It's not a forecast. We are breaking down the operational blueprint for the final disclosure. This is the fully orchestrated step-by-step delivery of absolute truth. This is the playbook, so listen closely. So first things first, you have to understand the core concept here. It's called the final production. Every event that's about to happen, and to most people it's going to look like complete and utter chaos, is actually part of a meticulously controlled military operation. Nothing is random. It is all a grand production with one single goal: to wake up humanity. And this right here, this is the headline for the entire show. A total white hat / GAA production. Now, we'll get into exactly what those terms mean in a second, but the main takeaway is this. What looks like the world falling apart is actually a strategic military-grade takedown of the old parasite system. And get this, that system is already gone. We're just watching the final scenes of the movie play out. So who exactly is running this thing? Who are the producers? Well, these are the key players, the white hats. And we're not just talking about some political insiders here. No, they're described as this dedicated force of both human and, yes, ET souls who have incarnated on Earth over and over again specifically for this mission. They're the boots on the ground working hand in glove with the Global Galactic Alliance and Space Force to execute this final phase. So what's the end game? What's the whole point? It's all a very, very delicate balancing act. The whole operation is designed to be just shocking enough to jolt the masses awake, to finally shatter that collective trance, and to completely dismantle the old parasite infrastructure. But, and this is absolutely crucial, it's designed to do all of this in a controlled way, to pull us back from the brink of a total, uncontrolled societal collapse. Think of it as a controlled demolition, not a freefall. Okay, so how do you get the undivided attention of billions of people who have been programmed their whole lives to ignore the truth? That's where this next part comes in. The 4 scare events. The plan requires a sequence of really dramatic, staged events. They're designed to be so unbelievable that they just completely override the mainstream narrative, capture everyone's attention, and force the world to question everything they thought was real. And here they are, the 4 major acts in this global play. We're talking about a worldwide communications blackout, followed by a simulated world war, then a totally mind-bending fake alien invasion, and finally symbolic energy strikes against the world's most infamous seats of power. Each one is a calculated move, designed to crank up the pressure on the collective until it finally breaks free. Let's break each one down. First up, the comms blackout. This is what creates the initial shock and silence. It forces everyone to look up from their phones. The plan is to sever the main undersea fiber optic cables, which will effectively just turn off the internet and global communications. Instantly, the old media guard will start pushing a fake story, pointing fingers at some enemy to stir up as much fear as possible. Right after the blackout, we move into the next phase, World War III theater. And the keyword here really is theater. This is not a real war. The plan calls for very limited surgical missile strikes on sites that have already been cleared out, empty buildings, symbolic locations. But the media, they're going to amplify it to make it look like we're on the edge of nuclear Armageddon. The whole point of this performance is to push the global fear level to its absolute maximum. Then, right at the peak of all that manufactured fear, they pull out the showstopper, the fake alien invasion. You may have heard this called Project Bluebeam. It's basically using advanced holographic tech, our own tech, repurposed to create these huge, totally believable illusions. The skies will literally fill with holographic fleets. Can you even imagine? The shockwave from that alone is designed to just shatter any last remaining piece of what we thought was a normal reality. And the final act of these scare events? Symbolic energy strikes. The plan says that direct energy weapons operated by the Alliance will hit 34 very specific buildings around the world. These are places that are seen as the symbolic anchors of the old power structure. We're talking the Vatican, Buckingham Palace, the White House. Within this operation, these places are considered satanic strongholds, and taking them down is a very public, very symbolic end of the old guard. So after this series of escalating, engineered chaos, the whole plan shifts gears. The scare events are meant to create this global pause, this moment where the entire world is just in shock and finally ready to hear something new. And that brings us to Section 3, the lockdown window, a period specifically for mass revelation. Now, it is so important to understand what this lockdown is and what it isn't. This is nothing like the health-related lockdowns we've seen before. No, this is a military-led stabilization effort. It's designed specifically to protect civilians and maintain order, to create a safe and calm environment for everyone to process the information that's about to be released. It's for protection, not control.
So, during this 3 to 10 day lockdown, the Emergency Broadcast System, or EBS, is going to be activated globally. It's going to take over every single TV, radio, and online channel, and for 72 hours, or maybe even longer, it's going to broadcast a series of pre-made, high-def documentaries, and these will contain irrefutable proof of everything that's been hidden, the election fraud. The whole purpose of the EBS is crystal clear, and this quote says it all. The goal is to deliver names, faces, and evidence so undeniable that it shatters the false reality of the sleepers in one single decisive blow. After this, there will be no going back. There will be no room left for doubt. You might be thinking, okay, but with these kinds of world-shattering truths being beamed into every home, how do you stop society from just completely flying apart? It's a natural question. And that brings us to our fourth section, securing the realm. This part of the plan is all about the logistics of keeping order. This slide shows a huge shift in public authority. According to the plan, all the existing police forces around the world will be officially stood down. They're out. In their place, the Earth Alliance military will become a visible presence on the streets. But here's the key difference. Their job isn't law enforcement. It's civilian protection during this transition. And let's be perfectly clear on this point. The plan is adamant. This is not oppressive martial law. Not even close. It's described as a temporary protective measure, purely to provide a secure and stable environment. The entire goal is to let people safely absorb the bombshells from the EBS broadcasts without society falling into widespread chaos and violence. And this quote right here is the ultimate reassurance. It confirms that the real battle, it's already been won. The old parasite network has been gone for years. What we are all about to witness is simply the final act of a scripted disclosure. It is not a last-ditch power grab. It's a victory lap. So we've walked through the whole global plan, from the scare events to the lockdown to the truth broadcasts. But that brings us to the final and honestly the most important part of this whole thing, your role. This is where the plan becomes personal. This is where you become a key player on the board. And so this slide asks the most important question for anyone who's hearing this. When the world is in shock, when that AI scaffolding, the automated social and media programs that run the old reality, when all of that starts to crumble, what are you supposed to do? What's your job? And here it is. This is your mission directive. Your role isn't to argue. It's not to try and preach into the noise. Your job is to be a lighthouse, a point of stability, calmly holding your ground, being that beacon of calm and clarity for everyone around you who will be totally lost in the storm as their entire world shatters. So, this is your final instruction, and it's the most powerful part of the entire plan. When the time comes, the most impactful thing you can possibly do is just stay calm. Anchor that frequency of truth. Be the lighthouse for your family, your friends, your community. This was the plan all along, and now you know your part to play.
We have been for the last, since 71, when we did a reset and went out the gold standard.
Yes.
We've been dealing with this situation where there's been no reset in over 50 years. That is the longest period we've ever gone without a reset, because we had one in 1933, we had one in 45 with Brent Woods, and we had one in 71.
Mm-hmm. Good
so
point.
That's allowed everything to build to epic levels in terms of debt level. And it's all got to be handled. So there's a lot of things to get sorted here, and it's going to really bring some things to a head. Now, Trump posted this week an interesting image, and it's a video from 1929. And I know a lot of people just looked at the video and thought, what does that mean? And if you see the video, you see people walking down the streets of New York, and they're all in their suits and dresses, and they're
well
just
dressed.
going about their business like everything is great. But if you remember, 1929 is when the market crashed.
Oh, yeah.
right? We went into the Great Depression.
Sure. Yes.
And towards the end of the video, it shows them all lining up like they're getting into a soup line. Okay?
Yep.
He's giving you information.
Signal. Yep.
When he says this. These are the signals. And even right now, it looks like everything's okay. Everything's going to be fine. Let's not look at 38 trillion of debt. Let's not look at the bond crisis going on across America. There's billions and billions of bonds that can't be repaid. Let's not look at any of that. Everything's just fine. Wake up. We got to wake up.
Absolutely.
Because these things don't just evaporate. They don't just go away. The bond crisis is fascinating. What you've had is counties across the entire nation raising the valuation on homes, thereby raising the property taxes in each of those counties. And based upon the raising property taxes, they could take out additional bonds, which is debt, for the school, claiming it's for the school system. But if the question I have is this, and no one's been able to answer it. If the property taxes are being paid to fund the schools, why are the schools borrowing money against that tax income stream?
Yeah.
And who's getting the money? Where did it go? You see?
Yes.
There's a whole lot, and we've just started this whole fraud thing. You know, we had the vice president that was just appointed as the fraud czar, which I think he wears the title with great pride. And we had the acting attorney general come out and talk about the launch of a special fraud unit that's going to be looking into this. And he's assigning 93 prosecutors in every district.
Wow.
Every district is getting 93 prosecutors to go after fraud. And they have 8,000 pending matters currently.
Oh, man.
So this is we're just barely getting started, right? With uncovering the fraud. It's kind of like the tip of the iceberg moment here. So it's very fascinating as we look at all these things going on. Whenever you get to the age of particularly a debt-based system like we have, where you cannot create an additional dollar in the Federal Reserve System without creating a corresponding debt that relates to that. And then what the Federal Reserve does is then they charge interest to repay that debt. But there's a qualification in there. The debt and the interest has to be repaid in the same money that it was borrowed in.
Yes.
So you can't use other assets. You can't use gold. You can't use silver. You can't use anything else. So if the government borrows $100 and has to pay back, say, $105, where does it get the extra $5 of currency? Well, it has to go borrow it again, right, in order to pay the 105 back. So what you have is you have this system that just elevates in debt levels, and unless there's a reset, the whole thing comes crumbling down. We have been for the last, since 71, when we did a reset and went out the gold standard, we've been dealing with this situation where there's been no reset in over 50 years. That is the longest period we've ever gone without a reset, because we had one in 1933, we had one in 45 with Bretton Woods, and we had one in 71.
Good point.
That's allowed everything to build to epic levels in terms of debt level, and it's all got to be handled. It all has to be taken care of. So people should be paying attention when the president puts out a message that's a video from 1929, showing the people all walking down the street like everything's happy and normal. Even in the beginning, when it first starts kind of crumbling, you still think, well, it'll be okay. It'll be all right. Until you're standing in the soup line, right? Or the bread line, because you don't even have food. This is a message for everybody to be prepared. You know, for years, and I know you've said this, John, I've heard you on your programs, have food, have water, have basic necessities stockpiled, you know.
Great plan and prepare
a little bit. Yeah, exactly. And why? Because you don't shift financial systems, and we're moving to something new, but you don't do that without turbulence.
Absolutely.
It's always going to be bumpy to some degree. It's not going to be perfectly smooth. Now, I think they're trying to make it as smooth as can be with conditions, okay? But it's still going to be difficult. The Trump administration has done everything they can over the last year to really juice our economy, bring in trillions of investment from overseas, do all these things to really try to put some heat, some fire behind this economy. Mm-hmm. Why? Because that allows you to recover faster from the flip. Doesn't mean that it's not bumpy, but you can get through it much more quickly if you've got a raging economy going in the background. So I think that we're going to see that going forward as we get to this point of switch. Now, on the 26th of March, the Treasury put out a message on their website saying that on the 4th of July, that there would be new currency, that it would feature Donald Trump's signature and Scott Bessent's signature. Mm-hmm. And that the $100 bill could potentially come as early as June. Okay?
Wow.
If you read through the entirety of the statement that they made,
I read it.
They talked about the U.S. dollar, the U.S. economy, and the U.S. financial system, but nowhere in that document were the words Federal Reserve. Nowhere.
Finally.
So this is fascinating what we're watching, and we get a new Fed chairman on the 15th of May.
Central casting.
When Kevin Warsh is going to step in. Yeah.
From David Nino Rodriguez on Telegram, FBI Director Kash Patel just confirmed that they are folding the stolen election into the entire grand conspiracy case. Promises that arrests are coming very soon. We've got all the evidence. I can announce on your show that we've got all the information we need. We're working with our prosecutors at the DOJ under AG Todd Blanche, and we are going to be making arrests. And it's coming, and I promise it's coming soon. Maria Bartiromo then followed up and asked if the FBI has evidence of the rigged and stolen election, to which Kash responded, yes. So what we are doing is folding that into our entire conspiracy case. But we have the information that backs President Trump's claim of the stolen election, but I would say stay tuned this week. You might see a thing or two. Notice he specifically said our entire conspiracy case. Seems like we are definitely getting close. This is from White Hats on Telegram. Iran nuclear operation, USA, Delta Force, World War III. Let's just say, behind the scenes, White Hats have already initiated covert Delta Force operations deep inside Iran nuclear facilities that the mainstream media will never show you. These operations have been running silently for the past 18 months. What you are watching on the surface is stage 6 levels below what CNN and Fox will ever tell you. Iran thought they had the upper hand. They were wrong. White Hat military intelligence had already mapped every single underground nuclear facility, every tunnel, every scientist, every handler. Why do you think Trump put specific people in specific positions? The deep state cabal needed World War III to happen. They needed the distraction. They needed the chaos to cover the Epstein files, the arrest, the exposure. But here's what they didn't count on. Delta Force operating with the United States Space Force and superintelligence technology that can see through walls, underground, through time and space. The same technology Tesla discovered. The same technology Trump's uncle John Trump studied and the military has been using in classified operations since the 1940s. The World War III narrative is controlled demolition of the deep state agenda. What looks like war is the operation. Iran leadership is currently in panic mode. Certain generals have already been flipped. White hats inside Iran military are communicating. Nothing can stop what is coming. The nuclear threat is being dismantled from the inside out. While the media sells you fear, you're watching 6th generation warfare in real time. Most people will never understand they are inside the operation. Somewhere, Trump, Kash, Ezra are watching every move. The clock is ticking. It had to be this way. Military is the only way. White hats Q on Telegram.
I'm very